Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a great weekend so far. This weekend is Bundesliga weekend, and I mean, maybe you know this is probably the strongest chess league in the world, so we'll try to cover it a little bit. And I'm really happy to commentate my first time for Lichess today. So this is also a first time for me. And yes, happy to be here. And I wanted to first look into the pairings today. Because we do have some really interesting pairings. So we have, like, in general, we should have 16 teams, but today only 15. Or this season, because one team, they withdrew. And we're in round 11 right now. The round should start like in 6 minutes. No, in 8 minutes. 15 minutes after 2, because they have a 15-minute delay. So we have a little bit of time to look into the pairings until then. But yeah, who withdrew? It was don't let me say anything wrong. Kiel. Kiel withdrew. I guess it was a money issue, because the Bundesliga is also really expensive to always have like the top players play for your team. So we have 7 pairings today, and they're playing in 4 different locations in Germany right now. Yes. So that's that. And I mean, Viernheim is playing against Mülheim. As you can see here. Yes, you can see it. And yeah, Viernheim is right now on the 2nd place. So they are really strong, and they're still trying to get the title, because Viernheim actually won the title last season. But we also should have an eye on Dusseldorf as well, because Dusseldorf has their first season in the Bundesliga. They just went straight up until the Bundesliga, like they won every single season. And I mean, look at their team. They have Arjun Erigaisi, Ian Nepomniachtchi, sorry for mispronouncing some names, Anish Giri, and then, I mean, even like Jan Gustafsson on board 7, which is crazy. And they won every single game so far. Yes, so many strong names. It's such an unbelievable strong league. So that's crazy. And yes, so we do have Dusseldorf, who won every game so far today. And today they're playing Dresden, who's also having a good season. Like, they're on 5th place right now, I think. So this is not gonna be easy. It would be interesting if Dusseldorf maybe is not winning one of the upcoming matches, because then Viernheim would still have a chance on also competing for the title, because so far Dusseldorf won every single match, which is really impressive. And yeah, then we also have Baden-Baden against, where do we have them? There, against St. Pauli. And this is crazy, because, I mean, originally Magnus Carlsen was announced to play here today, because they're playing in the Millantor Stadium, which, correct me if I'm saying anything wrong, which is like the soccer stadium in Hamburg. And Magnus Carlsen was supposed to play, but I saw on today's Instagram story of his wife that they're somewhere on vacation. So yes, he's not playing today. But yeah, they still have a really, really strong team. And yeah, on board 1 for Baden, we have Vincent Keimer, the German number 1. So this is also gonna be super interesting here. Super interesting match between those. St. Pauli also has, they just went up to the 1st Bundesliga, so they also qualified this season. So they also had a good good season so far. It is the football stadium of St. Pauli, correct? Okay, thank you. Are the Swane brothers and Blühbaum not playing today? No, actually, a lot of German top players are not playing, because they are at the European Individual Championship right now. So a lot of German top players, but also from other nations. But I mean, if you look at them, they're still really strong. Yeah, people here today. So this is gonna be really interesting. Yes, hello everyone. Nice that you're here. Hello, Valentine. Hello. Nice to see everyone. Okay. So I don't know if you guys have any team as a favor. Me personally, I always like the teams who have a lot of German people in their team. So yeah. Here we see that Dresden actually probably today has the most. They have 6 out of 8 German players. I think that should be the most. And here for Viernheim we have married couple playing, Dennis Wagner and Dinara Wagner, which is also really nice. I think I saw that 3 women are playing today. I think it was maybe 4. Dinara Wagner, Coulon Claudia. So yes, I think. And then, and Buttentat Svenja. I think those. I don't know if I missed one, maybe only 3. Yeah. Oh, what just happened? But yeah, I think we're good to start looking at some games because we should get pairings any second. Yeah, so they should start 15 minutes after, so we're almost there. We are almost there, guys. Yes. Broadcast have small refresh, but you're seeing everything, right? So yeah, we should. I mean, I don't know what your pairings are most interested today, but I, of course, am always interested in how the Germans are doing. But we also have some top players. Like, I guess the strongest player today, is it Arjun Erigaisi? Is he the ELO-wise the strongest player today? Might be. We have a lot of Indians playing, which is really nice. Today we're doing it in English. Today we're commentating in English. Yes, I mean, for sure it's the German Bundesliga, but there's so many international top players playing, so that's why we decided to do it in English. Yes, Erigaisi should be the strongest. Okay, thank you, Legit. But yeah, I mean, it's really incredible here. Okay, let me know if you already see get the first moves. I mean, it should also depend a little bit on different teams because they are in different locations. So one team, we might get the moves a little bit earlier than the other teams. So yeah, for example here, okay, we also don't have a move. Vincent Keimer here with white. I'm curious what he's gonna play. Yes, Vincent is also playing. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so they just refresh the page again. Awesome. Yes. We all love Lichess, of course. And we have some amazing chess this weekend happening, so I'm really happy to cover it. Does Lichess always stream Bundesliga with commentators or is something completely new? I think like this actually wasn't really covered before. Like the some of the teams covered like for their own team online, but I think there was not really a Bundesliga commentator stream so far. So yes, I'm really excited to do this today. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, now we watch German Bundesliga with German streamers in English. That's right. Because they're... Oh, we got the moves. We got the moves of some games, but not of the game we're on right now, right? But the time is ticking for some of the games. Okay, let's go here. Okay, we have here the first moves. And let me know if you want to switch to a certain board. Just write in the chat if there's something interesting happening. Just yell at me, so that we don't miss like the exciting tactics here. Okay, so here we can just click through and see what kind of openings we have here. But Time actually is interesting. They I think they also just went up into the first Bundesliga, and I have a lot of strong Lithuanian players. So yeah, they've been doing quite good, but it's a really tough league. So they also have to fight against not going down into the second Bundesliga again. So at the end of the season, 3 teams have to go down. Okay, we have a London here. I don't know what you think about London, but a lot of people don't really like it a lot. So yeah, let's come back to it later and see what they will do out of it. Okay, here we have Pentala Hare Krishna against Paulius Pultinivicius, also a Lithuanian guy from Bad Mergentheim here. And Pentala Hare Krishna, who was second for Gukesh in the World Chess Championship. So yeah, he had a lot of intense opening training, I would say. And yes, so here we have just a Bogo Indian so far. Ooh, London. It's all on the perspective of how you, treat it. Okay, so yeah, you can just play bishop d2, knight d2, everything works. And now black mostly plays with b6, short castle at some point. And if we play with a3, black has to decide if like he wants to take here or go back. But mostly, like if, for example, b6 happens and we like question this bishop with a3, it's not the best to go back with the bishop because you just lost so much time, and we can also play b4 and e4 and take like the whole center. So in this position you have to give up the bishop pair. We take back with the bishop, and yeah, just bishop b7. You have really good control over the e4 square, so you do have some compensation for giving up the bishop pair here. Oh, okay, he played bishop e7 right away, which is not a main move. This is a major sideline, it seems like. But it has been played before. Okay, let's just keep looking at the openings and see where some exciting stuff is happening to get a quick overview of what is happening in all the different matches. So we're still at Bad Mergentheim against Solingen. Here. Okay, so here we have Petrov's defense. Okay, this is really just the main line. Yeah, okay. I'm curious what they'll make out of it. Let's switch to another team, maybe. But Mergentheim against Solingen still. Okay, so here's the first board of Dusseldorf against Dresden. And as I said before, Dusseldorf won every single match so far. I don't know how Eric Geisy played. I think he lost one game. Wasn't this like the case that he didn't cross the 2,800 because he lost? Why is this? Why can I not click on him? No, I don't want to. Oh, okay, I cannot see how he played so far, but I think he lost one game against this young Turkish guy. Okay, so here he starts with knight f3. Keimer versus Howell. Okay, we will look there in a second. Hello YouTube also. We also have people on YouTube watching. Thanks for saying your yeah. a recommendation where we should look at. I will switch to that game after this one here. Okay, knight f3 and b3. So this is basically kind of Larsen stuff with b3 here. But this is also, like, he's playing against the worst player and he wants to win with Wise. And this is kind of, yeah, I will just have a really basic setup here and just let's see how you play, and then we just have a game, kind of. Okay, so this is the position. This is already, like, we have not a lot of former games in the Masters database I see here. But yeah, it looks like you can just play with d4 here. At some point you should definitely take some center space, because if not, you could get into some trouble. So you shouldn't wait too long. Okay, someone Cook Online says Düsseldorf with Meister, was für ein geniales Team, which means Düsseldorf is gonna be winning this championship, but it's not sure yet, because Düsseldorf is still gonna play against Viernheim, and Viernheim is the current champion, and so yeah, they are in a 3-point lead so far, but there's still 5 matches to go. So in case Düsseldorf is like drawing one other match and then losing again in the direct match against Viernheim, there's still a lot of stuff possible. So it's not quite obvious if they're really gonna make it. But so far they played really impressive. Bundesliga is city teams and they can contract any international player to compete. Yes, basically. I mean, they're gonna be in their team, but yes, that's how it works. You're right. Mit Sindarov ungeschlagen wird das schon. Yes, so we're gonna also look at all the other games, but Sindarov, I think he won like his first 6 games and then he drew 1 or something like this. He played amazing chess also, like recently in other events. He's been crushing. Okay, so this was the game of Arjun Erigaisi. We'll also look at Sindarov and Ian Nepomniachtchi. But first, because it was also requested to have a look at Keimer versus Howell, which is also a top match here. So one of the matches David Howell was actually commentating, but today he's playing. Yes. Yeah, I mean, they are pro players. They also want to get money when they play. So that's their job, right? They need to be paid for playing in the Bundesliga. Okay, so here, Vincent Keimer, no big surprise, starting with 1d4. And here, okay. We just have, yeah, okay, I mean, this is really playable. You can do a lot of other things here as well. You can play bishop g5, bishop f4, e3, whatever. But he decides to take here and then play bishop f4. And yeah, this is also, like, you just say, okay, we have this kind of looking boring position, but I do have this minority on this side and I can do a minority attack against, like, if you play with c6, you have like this Karlsbader structure. So yeah, you can just like play this position. like playing e3 at some point, developing your pieces, castling short, and then just try to play like this. And if you play with bishop f5, I also just saw a game where you can play with also h3 and g4. Like, you don't have to castle short. You can also still think about castling long side when black already castled short side. So there's a lot of potential in this position, even though it looks kind of boring. So yeah, don't underestimate those those positions here. Okay, so since we just had like the quick switch to St. Pauli versus Baden-Baden, actually, I don't know if you know, maybe I can do a quick guess, maybe someone in the chat knows. So Baden-Baden won like by far the most championships so far in the Bundesliga, because before Dusseldorf and Viernheim, they didn't have too strong, crazy opponents. They really dominated almost every year. But now, like, with Dusseldorf, Viernheim, Deizis, all these other strong teams, it's really like you don't know who's gonna win in the end. But yeah, let's take a guess. Does anyone in chat know how many championship Baden-Baden already won in the Bundesliga? I'm curious. Or what is your guess? Maybe... what is your guess? How many championships they already won? I just looked it up actually before today to just make sure I'm not saying anything wrong. Okay, we have 11 here. I mean, 11 is already a pretty high number, but quite some, I think. That's true, Legend. That's true. Really smart answer there. Okay, no one seems to straight up know it. So they actually won 16 championships so far, which is quite a lot, yeah. So Viernheim won last year and Düsseldorf could win this year. So yeah, it's really nice to have some change also there in the top. But yeah, so this is the position of Keimer versus Howell in the soccer stadium where they're playing right now. So let's just go to the second board here. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Johann Sebastian Christiansen. So you can also really see, because St. Pauli has Carlsen, I think they also signed Carlsen because they have a lot of people who Carlsen is close with. Like, he's also Norwegian, and then like David Howell is also really close with Carlsen, so it made sense that they signed Carlsen. But yeah, he's not playing today, even though he was announced. He was announced earlier, but seems that he had other plans in the end. Hello, nice that you're here. Okay, what do we have here? Let's see from the beginning. We have a Sicilian. And okay, some kind of Rossolimo here. Yeah, so this move makes sense. So in case like he now plays a6, we can play bishop f1. Because if he would have played a6 earlier, like, we have different options. Like, we can take here. Yeah, I mean, we mostly just take here because this is the idea, right? Of Rossolimo, like, we give up our bishop pair for, yeah, making a little bit worse structure for the opponent. So rook e1 makes sense. c3, you want to play with d4, take the center, take the room you can get. And now, oh yeah, now we see the move bishop f1, really nice. And d4, we're taking the center, d5, makes sense. Black also wants to play in the center, and this is the position now. So, I mean, you can see when you look at the times that both of them are still playing really quick. We're still in the opening phase. This is also like when really strong players think for a bit, that doesn't mean that they don't know what to play anymore. They're just like thinking about what of their lines they should play. They're thinking, okay, what does my opponent maybe expect me to play? What would be the best answer? Like, this is some kind of stuff they're thinking about. Like, where do I have the most chances of playing against him, something like this. Thank you for following. So yes, this is the position right now, and Black, of course, can think about taking here. We'll take back, and something like castle could happen. You could also, I don't know. So if you don't take, if you play something like castle, I can think about just playing e5 and taking the space I get here. So I don't know if this may be some idea to also attack on the king side if I have the bishops here. So this is a position where I just have a lot more room with white, because this bishop on c8 is kind of not so good. It doesn't really have anywhere to go right now, so this is kind of a problem child for black right now here. So yeah, I think the most, like, it makes it easier to not let him play e5, I would think. But also you have to know Maxime Vachier Graf is a lot stronger than Johann Sebastian Christiansen, so he also thinks, okay, maybe this position just gets a little bit more boring than if I allow him to play e5. So maybe he'll also yeah, not not go away here. Okay, let's go to the third board, which is still extremely strong. Here we have Richard Rapport against Bartosz Soko. Really strong Polish GM there. Okay, we have 1 c4, e5. Everything seen so far, g3. Okay, this seems kind of slow what black is doing here, because our bishop here is really nice on g2 because it has a direct like view to all these nice squares. But if you go to g7, like the first thing you see is your own pawn. So yeah, this is probably not the best way to play this. Okay, it seems like here d4, direct d4 is the best. And if you take, bishop g7, I'll just develop. Okay, now you don't have like an attack because I can just take your bishop, and if you castle, I go back. Okay, so this could happen if he plays d4 right now. I mean, it looks nice for white. Decent position. Our pieces are a little bit more active, but yeah, nothing too crazy. So I don't know. He's probably thinking about playing d4 right now. He can also just castle and not do it already. Okay, who else do we have? Do we have any crazy openings happening here so far? Hello, nice that you're here. So this is okay. Let's watch at the first board of Deizisau against Werder Bremen. We also haven't looked here yet. Oh, if we just look at the time, we can see that white already spent 15 minutes and black didn't spend anything. So yeah, black seems to still know very well what is happening. And here we again have some Rossolimo here taking. I mean, here you can also take with the d pawn, and this is something completely different. But I mean, most people used to play like this, but this also got really modern and stuff. So b takes c6 is completely good. Castling and rook e1. This has the advantage that like if he's playing with knight f6, now we can play e5. So that's why we first play rook e1, queen c7. Oh, and that's the position now. Okay, so this is the position now. And here, there are different options. There are a lot of playable moves here. You can play with c3 to maybe at some point do play d4. You can play just d3, develop your pieces. Yeah, so he's already been thinking for a while here. Yeah, so I mean, this pawn is still a little weakness, and if we manage to attack it somehow, that's nice. We can also try to get something to that square here. As long as he cannot play d5, that's a really nice square. But yeah, okay, let's see what will happen on this board. What first board? Okay, so we still don't have moves from Mülheim versus Viernheim. I don't know what is there. And it seems like we also don't have moves of Heinbach-Weiß-Neuwied versus Kirchweihe. I don't know if they don't have like this in general this weekend, what is there. But yes, so we don't have moves there yet, so maybe in a bit. Maybe they're fixing it right now. Okay, so let's go back to Max Warmadam. We've been here earlier and there wasn't a lot happening when we were here the last time. Like the last time only 3 moves have been played. And yes, so this was the London system game. And okay, the last move played was bishop h5. He for sure wants to play bishop g6 at some point and just trade off those bishops, because this bishop is a little better than this one because the pawns are on black and those are on white. So we're happy as black to trade those white squared bishops. Yeah, so we could play just like queen e2 at some point, maybe also plant our knight in here when it's not, yeah, not losing a queen anymore. But it's not like a wild position. Let's see what else happened. Who did we not look at so far? Did we look at Anish Giri? I don't think so. Anish Giri, the Twitter god. Let's see. He's playing against Jens-Uwe Maywald, a German GM, but yeah, Anish Giri is a lot stronger rating wise. So yes, let's look at the opening. e4. Oh, we have the Caro-Kann. Oh, we have the advanced Caro-Kann. Let's see what kind of variation we have here. Okay, knight d2. So yeah, knight d2 still leads us open to play with g4, because as soon as we play knight f3, then g4 is not protected anymore. And in those variations, like if e6 is played, we sometimes have like tricks to capture the bishop here. It's not working right now because of the g4. You can still like play with h5, but yeah, so knight d2 was played here, e6 and knight b3. Okay, this is really, yeah, common idea to put the bishop, the knight here, because the main plan of black is to play c5 at some point, to maybe also get the knight to c6 and do something against the center. And that's why the knight on b3 is just trying to, yeah, have a little bit more control over the square. And you can also play like a4, a5 here at some point. So yes. Now we had knight d7, knight f3, knight d7. The knight like can go to f5 at some point, which is a really nice square for the knight here in the Caro-Kann. Okay, h6, so our bishop can go to h7. Yes, that's also what he's doing. And rook c8. Okay, he's going to g6 instead of f5. I mean, both is possible. I think personally I like the knight more in f5. But yeah. I don't know, maybe is the idea that we have more pressure on e5 if we want to play with f6 at some point, maybe. Could be. Maybe he also wants to trade knights at h4. So yeah. Hello, hello. Everyone in the chat entering. Okay, knight g6. Oh, and this is the actual position. So, I mean, for black, as I said, the plan is at some point to play with c5. The thing is, we always are a little bit slow here. We're not developed yet, and we still have our king in the middle. So this is kind of the thing in the advanced Caro-Kann. Like, we are really underdeveloped, but we have a better pawn structure. So, yeah, if we come to an end game, most likely black is in a little advantage because we do have less weaknesses here. So that's kind of the point. Like, we just try to get all our pieces out and develop, and in the meantime white tries to be active. So c4 is a good approach to try to open the position as long as black has not figured everything out. So yeah, maybe c4 here is a way to play. So yes, hello everyone, nice to see everyone here. Okay, next one. So we go to Zendarov, and I talked about him earlier because he is, I think, the top scorer in the Bundesliga for this season so far. He had an incredible season so far. So yes, this is really, really impressive. Knight f3 and c5. I mean, he's also been gaining a lot of rating recently. He's still a really young player, so yeah, curious where all these Uzbek guys are going. They also have a strong national team. One day I hope to reach an endgame. Oh yeah, we all do, we all do. Oh, this is funny. Okay. g6, knight c3, bishop g7. Yeah, so this is a really symmetrical position so far. The only difference is that black is probably not going to put the knight here on f6 already. So this is what we see. Oh, okay, he is. So this is the position now. And it is pretty symmetrical, but not completely. So we as white already have like a little weak square here on b4, where black don't have a weak square on b6 because we played with a4. So this is something we need to consider here in this position. And also, like with white, we can never really play b4, but black still has the option at some point maybe be able to play b5. Thank you for following. Thank you, thank you. Still no move from board 1 to 16. No, still no boards from board 1 to 16. So they seem to have some issues in Mülheim with the broadcast so far, I guess. But yeah, I mean, we just started 40 minutes ago, so maybe they're going to fix it somehow. Okay, so maybe they want to keep the same game secret. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so yeah, I'm curious how this is gonna go if Zendarov also managed to make something out of this game. As I said, he had a really convincing season so far. So let's see. Oh, we could also have a look at the German Bundestrainer, Jan Gustafsson. You might also know him internationally because he is also really active on some socials. He was also commentating already for some events. So okay, here he is white against Jakov Luxin, so he is for sure in favor here to win this game, but it's never easy, right? To win when you feel like you kind of really want to win because your opponent is weaker. This can be really dangerous really quick. Okay, he goes for a really solid opening here. We just have some... Okay, you also have to know Jan Gustafsson is like an opening expert, right? So he is like... He worked as a second for Magnus Carlsen for his World Chess Championship. So he's really good in that. What is your ELO? So to get the WCM title, you need to have 2000 ELO. I dropped a little after I got it. But yes, so that was my peak for sure. FIDE. Yes, I think you're talking about FIDE. Okay, so this is the position here. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, so I mean, if we play a3, the bishop has no other squares and need to give himself for the knight, and then as white we have the bishop pair. So this is also what happens here. And I think, like, in a perspective from that, like, Jan wants to win here, this is nice because he already has like some imbalance, and this is always easier to win, right? When you have some imbalance to play for a win. Have a good night. Oh, yeah, so here it's not that late already. Yes, so my title is Woman Candidate Master. So yeah, as a woman you can get the first title 200 ELO earlier. That's true. Yes, hello Schachkatze, hello everyone. So this is the position here of the German Bundestrainer so far. Queen e7, and yeah, I mean, we should develop our bishop and castle at some point, so it does seem logical to play e3. I don't know, e4 might also be an option. And after e5, d5, okay, then we have a closed up position. And we kind of don't want to close the position too much with the bishop pair because the bishops are strong in open positions, right? So that's why maybe e3 is better. So here, after e5, we don't have to react. We can just play bishop e2. Maybe this position still gives white a little more potential to open up the position. But yeah, I mean, in the other position, we also had a lot of space, which was also not bad. So this is something he needs to consider here, like how he wants to develop his bishop. But he for sure is gonna to castle short side, I would say. This is what makes the most sense. You think always space is better? Yeah, but I mean, you can also get some weak squares in between. And if you play like this here, I don't know, black can at some point maybe play with f5 or try to take all these like nice squares for their knights. So it's not extremely easy to play with white, I would say. Like, black is just taking time and putting the pieces on better squares. I don't know, maybe like after seeing those variants, I would maybe play with e3 here, I guess. Hello from YouTube, hello. So yeah, let's see what he'll decide. I mean, he still has a lot of time, 125, so he didn't think too long so far. So yeah, let's see what's gonna happen here. e4, e5, and you can play bishop d3. So you want to play bishop d3 here? Oh, wait a second. Seems like you can take here. And if you take back, I take here. And your bishop is pinned. So I'm gonna play like something f5 or bishop f5. So if you take here, takes. Yeah, we'll just play f5. I mean, it's still like not winning for black, but this is a nice line. So yeah, this is a threat here. So that's why d5 is probably the best move here. You can also castle alongside to get out of this. But yeah. Yeah, interesting. So this is the position here. Okay, what game? I mean, there's so many games we have not seen so far. I mean, we have 55, 56 games to cover. Yeah, 56 games. So there are a lot of games we haven't covered yet. So if like you have one favorite, let me know if you want to see one for sure. Let's go to some younger guys. Here, Hagner Bennett. He's still under 18, I think. So he's playing for Baden-Baden. Yeah, we don't talk about my blitz rating. Dropped a lot recently. Okay, so we do have really interesting. Okay. So I mean, I know Bennett Hagner a little bit because he's from the same Bundesland as me. Something like county in Germany. Okay. I mean, not taking back makes sense. Like, this is still some... Knight b6 seems also logical to have some more pressure on c4. Okay, knight e7. I don't know, this wouldn't have been the first move come to my mind because it also blocks the bishop a little bit. Takes. This is really interesting. Like, what is happening here? Yeah, I mean, of course you can not take because your queen is hanging, but this is just really interesting. The queen on b8, this looks so... And they're blitzing this out, right? So I don't know if you are familiar with this line, but I have never seen it before and they are blitzing it out. So really good preparation of them here so far. And we end up in this position where the material is equal. And knight c3. Kai matches unbeaten Dusseldorf. Will they lose a match in this? SC Firnheim, a chance of retaining the title. Okay, so yes, hello from YouTube. So I just mentioned, so Dusseldorf has 3 points lead to Firnheim, and when you win, you get 2 points. But Firnheim and Dusseldorf are still gonna play each other. So, I mean, even if they lose, they would also give away another draw at least. If Firnheim still wants a chance of winning. But we also still have 5 matches to come with today. So today and 4 more. So it's really like, there can still a lot happen because all of the teams are so strong. So yes, that's that. Hello. Thanks, Robert. Okay, we had a5, and this was actually the first move where he thought a little longer. So we got this position here, which looks so interesting. Okay, queen on b8. Both are not yet castled, so it would make sense to just develop pieces castle. I mean, we also have some problem here because we cannot just develop our bishop with black, because then g7 would be hanging. So I don't know, after bishop d3, what would be a good move here? I mean, yeah, what do we do? Maybe e5 to block off this line and also try to develop our bishop here somehow. But we're a little bit slower. Okay, now we can move our bishop here. But this is not easy, right? We do have some weaknesses here. And f6 is really not something we want to play here. This also weakens our structure forever. On the king side, like this line here. Yeah, I mean, there's the rule for a reason, never play f6. So, yeah. Or bishop f6. Yes, I'm not sure. That looks a little bit, yeah, maybe bishop g5 is an option here to get rid of the bishop, and then this is still a problem. But yeah, so it seems like black has some problems here because we cannot really move this right now. So in this position, it would have been better to play e5 immediately, not waste too much time on moving our pawns on this side here. Okay, really interesting openings so far we've seen here in this game. Yeah, that was something. Okay, we've not been at the Keimer Howell match for a while. Let's see how this went. So we did see him taking on d4 and playing bishop f4. I think this was the last thing we saw. Oh, Nepo might have an unpleasant position. Oh, I think we haven't seen his game yet, so we definitely also need to check that. Yeah, I'm also at Keimer's game the second time, but we haven't even seen Nepomniachtchi's game once. Are there Croatian players? I think so. I'm not sure. Like in general in the Bundesliga, yes, but I don't know if any of them are playing today. I will check. Okay, c6. So again, we're playing against the Karlsbader structure here with white. And we want to get the bishop pair to also have a little of an imbalance here. And he's immediately taken. He's not even waiting for black to castle. He's just saying, yeah, I'll take it now. Because sometimes you wait for him to castle to make sure like the rook is not gonna be good or something on the h file. But yeah, it seems like you can immediately take here. You don't need to wait too long. Making some pressure here on b6, and this is the position. Okay, so yeah, black needs to decide how to defend his pawn. So one option for sure would be to play with queen b6. Queen c8. I don't know what I think about this move. I mean, it's possible, but in general, I'm not too sure if we want a queen on the c-file here. Maybe with rook c1, we can already make some threats here with taking, because you cannot take like this here. There's one team where most of the players are Croatian. Which are you meaning? I'm not sure. Not completely sure which team you're talking about. But yeah, so this is the position yet. And Keimer is actually up on time after queen b3. Which is nice because Keimer is known to have some troubles with time management, because he tends to think really long. Sorry, guys. He tends to think really long in certain positions. So yeah, I'm curious where this is gonna go. I mean, a win for Vincent would be amazing. David Howell is a super strong grandmaster. Not really long night. I drove overnight with a train, so I didn't get too much sleep at my train ride. Yes, so Vincent took at some point on d5. He didn't wait until black took on c4. Kirchweise has a bunch of Croatians and Deggendorf has a lot of Serbian players. Ah, yes. Yeah, I mean, we can look at that in a second. I also wanted to check here this board, Leonardo Costa. He's one of the prodigies in Germany. He just crossed the 2500 and has 2 GM norms. So he'll for sure be a GM in the near future, I think. And he's playing against Linus Johansson. I'm not completely sure how old he is, but I think he's also a young player. Okay, we have the French. And bishop e2. And direct f6. Okay, that makes sense. Taking here. I'm always amazed by French players. It's like, why would you like take positions like these? But they always turn out to be playable somehow. It's really impressing. Yeah, it's really impressing. I mean, your king is like wide open. We can just like give checks wherever. And we have more space. Our king is already castled. But yeah, it seems like to be playable with black. This is really interesting always. Okay, he's castling alongside. So we do have different side castles. This looks like a really interesting game, actually. This looks like there's something about to happen here. Every opening is okay if you know how. I mean, I wouldn't play a4, rook a3 too often. I wouldn't say this is too good of an opening, or e4, king e2 also. Yes, we do have 3 women. We also haven't looked at their boards yet. I think one reason is because Dinara Wagner was one of the boards which was not, where there was no broadcast yet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when they don't have moves, they cannot really live stream, right? So, yeah, Fjernheim usually has a German live stream. But if they don't have moves, what should they do? I mean, it's the Bon-Claude opening, so it has a name, but it's not a good opening. So I wouldn't say, because you just wrote in the chat, every opening is playable, if you know how, or I wouldn't. I mean, against the top player, I would lose also if like my opponent would play the Bon-Claude, but I just don't think that all of openings are good. There are some dubious ones. Okay, bishop f1, knight e7, a4, okay, and knight a3. So this is the position now. And I think this looks really like there's something to happen here. Okay, first of all, this pawn is kind of hanging, but also not, because if you take here, I'll just play bishop f4, and you do have some troubles here. Actually, okay, what happens exactly when I play this? Oh, knight b5 is the best move. So this isn't even as good because you can just play bishop d6 and protect this, but then still knight b5. Okay, I mean, this also looks super poisoned. I was just wondering what would be the best. But yeah, knight b5 also looks really nice because, I mean, if you take, we have the a file, which is also really strong. So Tal would go queen h5 here. Yeah, always some random queen moves on the other side of the board. Yeah, I don't know. Knight b6, knight b5 is always also an idea after this is played. I mean, it makes sense, right? If this is already played, this is not really too nice to defend this, but it seems like king b8. Okay, we do have queen a4. So yeah, this is a really nice sacrifice actually. Thanks for pointing that out, Schachkatze. Are these the youngest players playing in this French game? I don't have a record of who is the youngest player. If someone in chat knows, feel free to let me know. But I think Bennett Hagner is a little younger than Leonardo Costa. I think so. But maybe there's even someone younger. Okay, let's watch a woman playing in the Bundesliga, Svenja Buttenand. She's also pretty young still. He's 17. Yeah, I don't know. I think Bennett Hagner is younger, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, she has a super strong opponent today. She's playing a grandmaster. So we have the Caro-Kann again. That's nice. That's interesting. So, I mean, what we've seen in the other game was just bishop f5, but you can also play c5 immediately and yeah, sacrifice this pawn. Short time. I mean, you should take here as white because the other stuff is not too dangerous. Like if you just go here, we can also take ourselves and just develop, and white usually doesn't have too much. So if takes, we play e6, try to capture it back. If white is not doing, we will just do this and have a decent position. And here after a3, we can take here and go back. I think this has been played a lot, yes. So here, bishop b2, bishop, okay. Okay, I thought the main line was definitely here to play a5 to directly do something against the structure here, because we just threatened to take here. So the main line is here to just play b5. But knight d7 was played, and I actually just got a message that I should analyze more games of Bad Mergentheim versus, who are they playing against? Solingen. So we will also have a look at that match in a second. I can definitely do that. Thanks for pointing that out. And you think the best Caro-Kann is e4, c6, knight f3, d5, knight c3. You mean for white? I mean, it depends what kind of player type you are. Okay, so this also is really often here to play with knight h6 because we want to play with f6 also, knight f7. I mean, our knight doesn't really have a lot of squares to go to also. And queen e2. So this is the position. And here we can still play with a5 to, yeah, question this structure here a little bit. We can also just castle. So this is just a different approach of playing against the advanced Caro-Kann. But it's nice that you have the option. You don't always have to go into the main line. And this is really playable with black. So yeah, again, here you have less space, a little bit underdeveloped, but you have the better pawn structure. Like this can be attacked, this can also be weak at some point. So this is also here the point. You got into 1100 elo. Nice, congratulations. Congratulations. You're a very professional commentator. Thanks so much for saying that. I appreciate that. Yes, so this is Svenja Butenant who's playing here. And just real quick before we go to Soling versus Bad Mergentheim, I wanted to check the other woman. So Dinara Wagner, we don't have a game yet. And then let's see. Oh, Claudia Coulon, we also don't have a game yet. So this is here where there was just a wish. I mean, he didn't specify which exactly he wanted to see from Soling versus Bad Mergentheim, but we'll just start with the first board here. And yeah, if there are any specific wishes for a board, let me know. Okay, I mean, what was the last thing we saw here? I think, yeah, we did see that there was the London system played here, and we saw bishop h5, and I thought at some point he'll probably play bishop g6, which he did. Bishops were traded, and h4. Okay. So this is really nice actually to play here with a4 and h4. So this is the position here. This is the position. Oh, so we also have the witch to check Raport versus Socko. We can also do this in a second for sure. Queen e2. Okay, I'm trying to understand here. What was the idea of h4? Because we for sure cannot really play h5. There's like, would just be hanging. I mean, I guess just to take more space here somehow. We do have more space with white. I'm just still not sure why we played h4 here. This is too high for me to play bishop g5, but we could already play bishop g5 before playing h4. Yeah, let's see how this will go. Really interesting position. I mean, Max Warmadam is also a strong player, so Valery Kazakuski will not have a too easy time here. I mean, Bad Mergentheim, they do have a really strong opponent team. Okay, here a lot happened. I think the last time where we watched this was pretty much in the opening here. So yeah, I think the last thing we saw was after bishop e7. And yeah, Pentala Harikrishna is an elite player here. White takes all the center they can get. And e5, knight d7. And c5. Yeah, I mean, c5 should really be played here, because if not, we just... Yeah, white will just dominate with all the extra space they have here in the center. Short castles, knight c6, and taking on c4 here. Okay, I mean, the thing is, when you take here, you make this square free for your pieces, which is a really nice square. So if you manage to have a knight, for example, here, that's a really good thing. So, oh, he immediately goes for it. He immediately goes for knight b6. And then he doesn't want to make him trade the pawn here, because he says, okay, this is just like in the way for you and is weak in the future. So yeah, I will just not trade the pawn here. I will, yeah, keep you with this. And the bishop also doesn't have many squares, so he needs to take here if a6 is played. Okay, he takes immediately. He is not even waiting. And this is how this pawn structure happened. Okay, so the queen is here now, which is interesting that the queen cannot be attacked right now, even though there's still so many pieces on the board, but we don't have our white squared bishop anymore. And with our knights, we cannot right now, because if the knight is diagonally 2 squares away from whatever is here, you can remember that it always takes 4 moves to get there. So for example, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's nothing faster. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's always 4. So yeah, I was just saying that right now the queen cannot be attacked, and we're just making space somehow. But yeah, still, it looks kind of sus also with the pawn here. Also seems to be better for white here. Rook e1. Maybe to also get a knight here at some point. Knight e4, knight c3. Yes, so that's a two-way thing. So why are we not playing knight e4 immediately here? So this looks also really good, doesn't it? Okay, the queen just goes back, it seems like. And our knight was better here than here. You say bishop e3 is good here. With what idea? Because this is already protected. I'm not sure if that's necessary. I mean, I don't think it's a bad move, but... probably not necessary, so... Yeah, really interesting position. But it seems like Paulius Pultinivikos has a really decent position here out of the opening against Soling. Okay, let's keep on looking. We haven't seen this game so far. So this is board 3 of Erwin Lamy against Tomas Laurusas, the 3rd Lithuanian guy for Bad Mangtime. And both sides cast alongside here. We do have one double pawn, but besides that, it seems like a pretty equal position. Like, we can just try to get our kings a little bit more into safety, develop our rooks in the middle, and then pieces are gonna be traded. Yeah, I mean, with white, we would like to play something like f4, f5, right? To get take all the space we can get. Let's see. Yeah, the knight here is not the best in front of the bishop and the pawn, so we should try to do something about it. Okay, if we're taking, it seems like there's not much happening in this position here. So this can get really dry really fast. So seems like it's an option to play knight g1 here. Maybe to get also over g3, maybe to f5 at some point. Really interesting. Oh, do we have some Austrian fans here? Let's watch the Austrian national national coach here. He's playing with the black pieces. And he's playing against an IM from, this was an African country, but I don't remember the flag. Oh, I cannot click on it right now. Okay. Oh, I think it was Madagascar or something. Is that the flag? Sudan? No, I don't think so. Well, whatever. Is it Madagascar? Yes? Yeah! I'm a flag expert. Okay, what opening did we have here? Just some nice Italian game. Okay. This has all been played really quick still. I mean, we do have some pressure here. Black has some pressure here. At some point, maybe we can play d4. We always need to consider, okay, just playing it here. Knight h5, going for this nice square here, which is even weaker because we already played h3, because now g3 is not really working anymore, because then h3 is always hanging. So yeah, this is a really nice square for the knight here. And yeah, I guess he'll go there now, like just plant your knight in there, which is really nice. This variation from Nepal Magnus match. Oh, okay, we have, okay, this is nice that this has been played before. It's good to know. Also, we still haven't watched a game of Nepal, so we should switch to that after this game here to just check how it's going. Can you pronounce the name of the player from Madagascar? I don't think that I would do this right. I mean, his first name is Fai Antinina. So this is his first name, and his second name, Rakotamaharo. I mean, this must be wrong pronounced, but I try my best here. Okay, okay, okay. So yeah, this is the position so far. But I like the position for playable for both sides. I don't know which one I prefer here. I mean, I really like a knight here on f4. That looks juicy. But white has the center, so yeah. I think there can a lot still happen. Okay, let's switch to Nepo. Oh, wow. Wow. There's this is a huge difference. Wow. What happened here? This is wow. This is really advanced position here. We already like okay, let's see. There was already happening a lot. Okay, so black takes the pawn and it's not hanging on it, so just giving it back. c5, taking. Okay, knight b5 is a really annoying move for black because, yeah, just knight c7 is a big threat here. So queen e7 takes castle, and okay, white takes a pawn on a2, and they are still blitzing this position out. This is so interesting. Like, this kind of looks so wrong to take this pawn here, but yeah, it's the best move here. Isn't too strong. I mean, this is the strongest chess league of the world. Magnus Carlsen also played in this league. Hikaru Nakamura played in this league. All of the best players in the world played in this league. So I wouldn't say that anyone is too strong for the Bundesliga. Knight c8 after bishop c5. And oh, here, after bishop c8, we have this nice in-between move, because if you take here, we take here with the check, and then we can take back. Yeah, this is actually a really important line. Thanks for pointing that out. Now we take and go back. Oh, this is actually what happened. And yeah, they were still blitzing this position, which is really, really interesting. They seem to analyze this, and they just knew, okay, whatever, this is a draw. They were just blitzing that out. This is crazy. Okay, this was the first move where he thought for a while. If I had this position in a game, I would not think like, oh yeah, I analyze this. This is a draw. For sure. I'm a pawn down, but yeah, I know it. Let's just play g5 and h5. This is crazy. Okay. He'll just... Okay, so this seemed to be the wrong approach here. Queen g7. Okay, is the idea to also move the f-pawn? Okay, what happens here? And then g4. Okay, we want the queen on g7 to just have more pressure here, it seems like. Okay, but this was not been played. King f8. I don't know. Does the king want to go to e7 and then have the rook come over here? Is that the idea? e5. Oh, here was actually really, really good for white in this position. Interesting that he didn't think too long about this move. So here would have been bishop b5, a really strong move. So I guess if we like trade the bishop against the knight, we can get a really strong knight somewhere here. I could imagine that that's the point of that. So after knight d7, we can take here and then just he has some problems with the 8th rank here. Do you have engineer you? Yes, I do. I do. I have an engineer me. Hello, Chester Nygaard. Hello, hello. Yeah, king f8. I guess his idea was king e7 and then go here, but it seems a little weird in this position to play like this. But okay, let's see how it went. So e5 was played and now he took and took again. Okay, so here again, bishop b5 would have been a good move. But here the difference is because in the other variation we played this and then this would have been checkmate, right? But right now this is not even threatening because the knight is protecting the square. So this is a crucial move he left out. And yeah, he just traded the, I mean, he was a pawn up. He was a pawn up here, but yeah, he gave up this and didn't win back this. So they just ended in this endgame, and I guess white is happy with a draw. I guess white is just happy with a draw here and thinks, okay, I have a game tomorrow. Let's just make a nice quick draw here and let's go home. He messed up. Yeah, maybe he thought like the whole time a draw is already a really good achievement. I don't know what he thought. But they still have so much time. Like both of them are over an hour still, which is crazy. They are move 32 and both have over an hour. Maybe he offered a draw with this move because Nepo has been thinking for, okay, only a minute, but how can we improve endgames, ma'am? Study some endgame books, train some patterns in endgames, that always helps. Remember some rules, some basic rules. She has natural talent to talk. I'll take that as a compliment, thank you very much. But yeah, I guess Nepo wanted more here, but a draw is also not bad. I mean, also with black, his opponent is still a GM, right? Yeah, Doretsky is known like to be one of the endgame books that has all the important stuff in it. I studied it for a bit when I was younger, but never finished it. Okay, guys. Where did some crazy shit happen already? Okay, we still don't have moves from board 1 to 16, it seems like. Oh, you wanted Rapport versus Socko, right? So let's look into this game again. There, for sure, some stuff happened since we last looked. I don't know which was the last time. I think somewhere over here. Yes, we looked here and this was the position where we thought about if d4 is gonna be played or not. And it was played. And here, I mean, the knight cannot move right now, but he will, oh, he just gave the check here. Oh, this is interesting. It's really interesting. I mean, now we threaten to take here with check because you cannot take back. So that's why he decided to trade the queens and just play king e7 now, and a king d7, sorry, and now long castle. And this is the position which is actually really pleasant for white, because let's just have a look at the bishop on c8. I mean, even if he had a square to move, this pawn would be hanging. So this is really not a happy piece here on the board. So this is probably why this position is slightly better for white here. Fedorevsky Lubis also looks like fun. Okay, I will check that in a second. Yeah, what happens if black just attacks the knight? If the knight just has to go away. So a6 will go away. And then, I mean, this looks so unpleasant. I don't know. We need to do something. f6 maybe? To prepare b5 somehow. But then this gets too weak. This is really not easy here. This is really not easy. Thanks for saying that my English is good. I appreciate that. Okay, what board is Fedorevsky against Lubbe? Ah, I already found it. So he is also married to, yeah, Melanie Lubbe. Really strong German chess player, both of them. So let's see what happened here. You said it looks like fun, and it started with with a Larsen. Seems like a lot of players chose this opening today. How can the position of black be made advantageous? Yeah, I mean, it was really hard for me to find moves for black in the position we had in the Rapport Soccer game. That was really tough. Okay. Knight f3 and c4. Taking here. Wow. Okay, this is definitely some fun stuff here. Just randomly playing g4. I did not expect this move. Like, you can also just play g3, bishop g2, castle short side. But okay, g4 is definitely a statement. Like, he wants to stir up something here. Okay, so black didn't want us to play g5 here, which makes sense. I mean, if he would castle, we would definitely play g5. The knight doesn't have too many moves, and after knight e4, we can just take this pawn, right? I mean, I don't... Okay, this is really interesting here. Okay, he decided to not let us play g5. h6 was played instead. And now just rook g1. We really don't want to castle short side anymore here with white. And oh, okay, this is the position they didn't play. I mean, in the Nepo game, we just saw already over 30 moves played, and here we're in move 9. But yeah, this definitely looks like fun. So white really is here to play some chess today. They really want a match. So it seems like rook c1 is a good move here, but then we can never castle again with white. So we could also just play like bishop e2. Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, black is not castling right now, so maybe they also want to check out first what's happening here. I would maybe just play bishop e2, develop somehow. And still, if like castling's happening here, like we do have some ideas here. So it's also not easy to decide for black what they're about to do. Just waiting and do nothing. This is really interesting. This is really, really interesting here. Okay, it seems like you can take this pawn sometimes also, which is not too easy to play sometimes. If your opponent just like offers you a pawn, you're always thinking twice, like, is this really a pawn I can take here? Yeah, but I like g4. This is really giving us some exciting games here. Yeah. 100%. Okay, we haven't looked at Vincent's game for a while, I think. And there did happen some stuff. Let's go back to our German number one. What did happen here? Okay, he did capture on d5. Bishop f4. And he took the bishop pair. We already saw this. Okay, and here knight queen b6 was played. I mean, we already thought this would have been played because there are not too many ways to protect this pawn. And queen b6 is always really natural because, like, you can make another double pawn, but these double pawns are not really weak because the rooks on the A and H pile are strong for that. So queen c2 and long castle. Okay, so we do have a long castle here. And knight f8. Okay, so he wants to reroute his knight to e6. David Howell. Interesting. Knight f8 is a really interesting move because I think this knight is already protecting some really important squares here, but maybe, I don't know, maybe he wants to bring this knight here, because after this knight appears on e6, we can just play bishop g3, or are we just gonna hunt this bishop down? Maybe we are. Ja, Keimer knetet Karlsbad, so sieht's aus. Does he want to trade the bishop? Yeah, maybe he wants to get the bishop. That could really be. So yeah, let's see. If we just keep developing and this happens, we go to, I mean, we can also go here because then this knight, yeah, we could. Okay, let's say we go here. And this move happens. Okay, seems like we can just go here. Yeah, this is not possible because g6 is hanging. So there's not really another way to attack this bishop here. There's not really another way. So this, yeah, interesting, because maybe the hunting the bishop just is not working. So he'll just attack us, we'll go away, but he cannot get the bishop for sure, because we still have enough squares, it seems like. Yeah, interesting. So it seems like we should just stay calm, do our moves, and everything's good. Moin moin! Okay, where else should we look? Okay, let's have a look at Arjun Erigaisi again. I think we haven't looked at his board for a while, and he is the strongest player in the Bundesliga today. So that's definitely worth a look. Where is he? Oh god. Okay, let's just look here. There we have him. Wow, this also looks like a really interesting position here. Arjun is playing really... Really aggressive. I mean, he is known to is really good in constantly crushing like 25, 2600s. That's how he got over 2800, right? Like the phenomenon with him is that he wasn't invited to top tournaments for such a long time. So he just won open after open and won all these ratings. So he was good in beating slightly worse opponents. But you cannot play like this against super strong opponent. They know how to react rightly, right? So yeah, this looks really interesting. What happened here since we last looked? So he took back, bishop d3, short castle, planting the knight in there. So our bishop is also protecting that there's nothing hanging, and f4. Okay, makes sense. Just taking the space here. And g4. He just placed g4 like this. g4, b5. Okay, interesting. Where do we want to go? Like, is g5 a thing here? Okay, he already played rook e1. This is a really interesting position. Thank you, Pawn March Destroyer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. So let's just look. If he would have played g5 then, it's just knight e4 happening, okay. And he just... I mean, we are pawn down as black, but it still seems to be fine because our bishop, our king is so weak and we do have a better knight than the bishop. I mean, look at those nice squares. So this is really interesting. This is really good knight against bad bishop. So this is why we can allow this here to happen. So, okay, I understand. So now rook e1 was played, but what is after knight e4 now? Now we also take. Okay, one difference is for sure that f5 is not as weak now. I mean, it's like we can just not go there. We only have this square. So this is making a difference here. Yeah, the bishop on b2 is not good. That a cucumber is a really nice expression for what he is. That's true. I 100% agree. Interesting. Okay, king h8 was played. Is the idea to maybe play a knight to g8? Not sure. We can just keep rolling, or can we not? b4, we just ignore that. Yeah, so I think it's a really nice resource to just go here and don't care about the pawn and just play this endgame. So this is really nice, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Dum -dum -dum. Okay, there's no result yet done, so no, no like quick draws so far. We still didn't get board 1 to 16, so I guess it's also not gonna happen. Yeah, I guess they have some technical issues here. I hope they can solve them for tomorrow. Would be really nice. Okay, so I wanted to see this game here again. Dum 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 dum. Where is it? So who I'm looking for is Dusseldorf. Where are they in the list? Yeah, whatever. It's there they are. You're from India, so who's winning? So the question, I guess, was for Reinecke, we just looked, right? This is a really complicated position. Like, it looks promising for white, but your king is also really weak. So if you don't... Yeah. You also need to watch out for your king. So it's not, like, easy or anything. But if I would have to bet on someone who is winning this, I would go with Reinecke. I think this position is more fun to play with white. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, so we wanted to see how the German Bundestrainer is doing. So this is his game. So the last thing we saw was this position where I thought if he'll play, wait a second, yeah. So in this position, I thought if he'll play e3 or e4, and we said if he play e4, then maybe e5, and we go there, and then it's kind of closed position. We have a bishop pair, so not sure if that's the best. And that's how it happened, actually. Actually, this is exactly the line we looked at. But he decided to immediately play c5. Okay, so first thing is, like, when he takes, we can just take this pawn here, so this is not really an option. And after castle, we decide to just develop. Okay, so they didn't really play a lot of moves yet, but Jan Gustafsson is up on time, which is good for him. So he has over an hour still. He has a decent position. He has the bishop pair in a not really open position, so that's not too big of an advantage, but he for sure has the space advantage. And yes, he also has the c-file, so maybe he can also annoy him a little bit with the c-file in the future. So interesting. Let's see. I feel like this is a really nice square for black. It seems like you can already go there immediately. I mean, you do need to calculate if b4 works. Takes, bishop takes, knight a6. Yeah, I mean, looks decent for white, actually. The knight here is kind of not too happy. But yeah, knight c5 is still an option here. You can also think about playing a4 first, so that after b4 we always can take en passant. This is also an option, I think. Also should consider that a4 here. 100%. Hello, hello. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so what if black is not doing this? So this, we said we can maybe just castle short side, and if now this happens, we just play like this, it seems like. Oh, with the a rook, and then we can play f4. I see, this makes sense. This definitely makes sense, I see. Guten Tag. Yeah, I mean, if we play f4, we still want to open up the position because we have the bishop pair, so this seems like a really logical plan to me. Okay, he played with b6. I guess he just wants somewhere to move with his bishop. But yeah, as I said, we want to open the position, so b4 maybe. And if bishop a6, I think b5 is also an idea here. And then short castle. Yeah, I mean, he gets the square. We do have more space. And at some point, we're just hoping to play f4. I guess is the way to go here. I think this is the way to go. No draws before move 20 until unless it's a threefold repetition. Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the people playing already crossed the 20 moves. And oh, so we have our first draw here. Nepo played. Yeah, okay. This position is really drawish. It's fine. It's fine to play a draw in this position. It's okay. Yeah, white is just taking here. And this is a draw. Yeah, so he's actually a first one done. So he can have a really nice afternoon today. Enjoy that one. But he'll be playing. I mean, we don't know if he'll play tomorrow. They don't announce that, but I would guess so. Okay, so which game have we not looked at? I think we haven't looked at Van Veli. Who is, I think, the national coach of Italy right now, even though he's Dutch, if I'm not mistaken. And this is his position. He is playing against Bad Mergentheim. And this is a really interesting position again. We have a lot of interesting positions. What is happening here? Wow, what is the queen doing on d3? This is, how did this happen? Okay, what did happen here? Knight f3, okay, everything fine. c4. I mean, we do get him the center and try to have some space on the queen side for that. Attacking here. Oh, this is how this happened. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, knight a5 and queen d3. The queen looks so wrong on d3. Oh, and now here he took back with the g-pawn. And then he played f4. I guess f4 because he wants to play g2 at some point anyway. And then the pawn is already not in the way anymore. Maybe also prevent e5 from being played. Which I think is important because I think after this and e5... Okay, maybe not e5 immediately. Maybe also... Wait, why not e5 immediately? Looks also pretty good, actually. I do think the main purpose of this move was to prevent e5 here. Okay, but it seems like this is already bad for white. I mean, white again has the bishop pair, but the bishop pair here is really not doing much, especially bishop on b2. It's not the happiest guy on the field right now. So yeah, g6 seems like a logical move, just trying to develop. Bishop g2, bishop g7, something like this. Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of top German players are playing the European Championship right now. Also Niklas Huschenbeth. Yes, that's true. The knight or the bishop? Oh, you can really not just say it like this. It really depends on the position and what squares your pieces have and stuff like this. But in combination, a bishop pair is really good. I mean, it's also known that like a bishop and a rook is usually a little bit better than a bishop and a knight. But a queen and a knight can be really, really powerful together in comparison to a queen and a bishop. So it really depends on what is still on the board. Okay, where else have we not looked yet? There's so many games still we have not have a single look at. So let's have another one at Zindarov. Wow, yeah, this is also really interesting. We have a strong knight here. This can never be attacked anymore. Maybe at some point we're probably gonna play b3 because otherwise a5, f4 could get a target at some point. Yeah, after rook a8, for example, we'll just play b3. But then we also have weak squares all over here. So this is not too easy. Really interesting position. I mean, our knight has like no squares to go, but it's fine because this is a good 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 square to stand at. We have a lot of control load, so this can be weak. But this is really interesting. Wow. Okay. This is really interesting position. Okay, so we also haven't looked at Uwe Bench against Isipenko yet. What is happening here? What is the bishop doing there? On e5. Why are we playing bishop e4? I mean, it's not even threatening this, right? Because we're 2 times there. What is the idea of this move? Okay, probably we just want to take here, I guess. So, are we actually doing that? The thing is, I would say this is not too bad, the pawn, because we can try to get rid of this double pawn, I guess. Not 100% sure, but I think so. The knight is better than the bishop, but the higher yield the bishop is more value. Again, it really depends on the position. You cannot just say it like this, but for sure there are a lot of tricks with the knight, so low elo player might be in more danger to miss like some forks or some stuff like this. That's the point. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so bishop e5 was the move, but it seems like we can just let him take here. We don't need to be afraid of that. Okay, more Indian players here. What is even happening? You know this, you look at the position and think, and then you're just like, what is happening here? Okay, we have two long side castles. This king is kinda, yeah, I mean, this pawn here looks really nice. We do have the bishop pair, but this pawn is really weak, so we would like to not have this pawn here. Maybe if it's possible to play with d5 at some point would be a good idea. So now it's Plague's turn. We can also go on the c file, right? The c2 pawn is also not so strong. We can protect and just go. We just, like, we just attack ourselves. Even though our king is here, we can just attack. I like that. I like that. That looks really promising for black, to be honest. And black is Dusseldorf here. Yeah, Dusseldorf. They seem to have good chess players. What can I say? What can I say? They really seem to have good chess players here. Okay. We also, okay, let's go here. We already saw this game a while ago, but some things have been traded since the last time. So we saw after king d7, and we thought this is not really pleasant for black, because what are you doing with your bishop here in c8? It cannot really go anywhere. So yeah, he decided to, okay, first attack the bishop. Makes sense. So this is how the bishop was traded. And then we just play here with g4. Okay, interesting. What if we just take here? So this is already pretty bad, it seems like, because I guess because we also are able to activate our rook here. But why is this so bad for... Yeah, we can still not really move anything. We cannot even move f6 because this is just hanging here. Okay, this is why maybe a6 first, and okay, we can still not play this. This is so sad here to play with black. You can't really do anything. Ugh. This is really annoying to play. So what is he supposed to do here? Not easy. Not easy. I would rather have white here for sure. This is tough. This is really, really tough. Okay, next one. Here we have Nikita Vitiugov. I think he's a little bit older. Like he's, I don't want to say anything wrong, but I think he's older than 40. Oh. Against Igor Yannick. Let's actually check how old he is. Not that I said something completely wrong, but I do think so. Maybe chat is faster than me. Oh. Okay, so now we need to calculate when we have his birth year. 87. So he's 38, right? Okay, I was not completely off. Sorry for making you 2 years older than you actually are, but it wasn't terribly off. It's fine still. I would say it's still fine, I guess. However, this is the position here, and okay, so we have a queen here, but the queen is not doing too much when we don't have another piece attacking. You think this is easier to play with black? I mean, when you look at it first, you would think so, but then you ask yourself, what is the queen really doing here? I mean, if we would have a knight here, that would be amazing, because then it's just checkmate. But our knight cannot really, like, it can go. Okay, we could go like this route. But maybe this is just too slow, right? What if this happens here? Oh, just queen f3. Okay. Oh yeah, you can always just play your queen back to g2. Yeah, this is not really a threat. So as soon as the queen comes here, this is really pleasant. And yeah, but why is it? I mean, this is weak. I don't really know what my bishop is doing here, but this one either. Yeah, this is not so easy to position. Really, really interesting. Not sure about this game. But yeah, I think queen f3 is a really logical move here. I mean, attacking the rook and then also just being able to play queen g2 whenever to not be in danger of anything looks really logical to me. I think so. Okay, guys, I'm gonna do a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes. So see you. Grab yourself some food and enjoy the show. We'll watch some more games in a second. See ya. Hello! I hope you all had a great little break. I just made myself a little snack, but now I'm re-energized and happy to see what we missed in the meantime. So, I mean, I wasn't gone for too long, so I would be surprised if crazy things happened here. But okay, let's check it. You don't think much happened? I mean, we'll get to the time scramble soon, and then is when all the stuff is happening all at once, so I'm excited for that. But I guess it's still a little while until we get to the intense time scrabble. So here is the game we last saw, and okay, b5 was played, the knight is gonna move somewhere, and then we can still think about playing queen f3 to be able to go here. Okay, so let's keep on watching. This is also a game we haven't seen so far at all. So I didn't understand. You mean in this game? Not to develop, I mean they're moving their knights. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, let's keep on watching here. So we haven't also seen this game at all. Let's see it from the beginning, because this is also a really interesting position. Here again we have an early b3. This really seems to be a trend today. A lot of b3. Systems here. Okay, double fianchetto. We got a castle, a fake castle here. Trying to get the bishop. c2 need to be protected. Okay, first taking here, because if he takes here now, we can take on g7, and then this rook here is also hanging. So takes back, and oh, we go with this. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, because otherwise a2 would be hanging. But this looks kind of rare. But I mean, we can play a3 next move. The knight needs to go back, and then we can go again to the e file. Fianchetto. Yeah, maybe I mispronounced that a little. Okay, so he did play bishop h3 first, and then a3, followed by rook e1. So Etienne Bacrot is elo-wise in the favor, but I wouldn't say that his position is really so much better. I mean, he does have the bishop pair, but black has a really good center here. Much more room. The pieces have more harmony together. I feel white is a little disorganized with everything. Also the king here on the f file. The rook's not in the game yet. Yeah, maybe black is better organized here, but really interesting game. Thanks for following the real Flux. Thank you. Okay, let's keep on going. So here's another super strong pairing we haven't had a single look on. So again, please, if you have a wish for one game, let me know, because there's so many. It's hard to keep all of them in mind. So I mean, I have for sure. I think I'm more looking into German games, because this is just the people I know a little better. But yeah, if you're interested in a certain person, let me know for sure. Okay, so material is even. We do have more room as white, but therefore we have a bishop on the black squares, but also a lot of pawns on the black squares. So that's a little annoying. But this is, yeah, we don't want to move the b pawn, because then he gets the square c4 for his knight. He cannot go in here with his queen, because everything is protected. So maybe we could just shuffle here, move around, try to trade some pieces. Yeah, so what happens if, I don't know, we try to play with bishop g5? Oh, you can just not do anything. I mean, I will try to be a little bit nasty here. Okay, you will just play g6. And then I will play this, so you cannot enter again, and not much is happening, really. Everything is protected. Okay, this seems like a really equal position. So, oh, wow, what is happening here? Oh, wow. Both kings are kind of open. This is really interesting position. Okay, let's see what happened here. Hello from Brazil. Hello, YouTube, to Gerberov. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a great time in Brazil so far. I don't know where you have this from, Powell. I have no idea. Okay. Let's see how this happened here. We had Sicilian. Some time on off. Can white play rook h6? We'll look into it when we get to the position. I just want to see how this happened here. Okay, this looks like an interesting pawn to give up, but it seems like this was still prep, because I wouldn't have this move here in mind, but it seems like this was still really good playable. So you just say, okay, whatever, I have so much more room, even though my king is still in the middle of the board, and I'm a pawn down. So this is how that happened. Okay, bishop g2. Yeah, I mean, bishop g2 looks logical. We need to do something with our king. Short castle. Okay, so here c3 would have been really good. I guess there's no need in giving up. Well, I mean, f7 is just hanging. But why is c3 better? Not sure. You can also just castle, not? Oh, and then we go to g4. And then we still threaten like knight f6 sometimes. So we just protect this pawn in some. Okay, you want to see David Howell against Vincent Keimer? We can switch there in a second again. We already saw his position, but yeah, I'm always down to see what happened there in the meantime. Okay, queen h5 happened, short castle. Oh, and he played knight f6 immediately. So this is pretty. I mean, if like he takes like this, we're just winning because of queen g4, king needs to go back. Then we take here. We have enough pieces to protect this pawn, so now he needs to sacrifice. But now we don't take back with the bishop, we do take back with the rook, because this is so lethal. So yeah, he needs to, what can he do? Somehow try to distract the bishop, but it seems like we can just take here. And yeah, I mean, if he takes back, we can take here. It's not, yeah, not nice. So this is that, but for sure he didn't take back with a pawn, because you saw that he took super quick back with a knight, didn't even think. He probably thought about it in advance. Yes, I will have a look. I would love to have a look at Krasenkov against Grigorian. Thanks for the submission. I think we haven't covered that game at all yet, so I will definitely do that after we watch David Howell again. So yes, this is definitely now on my list, and nice that you're here, Billy. And yes, greetings everyone. Hello, hello, Guitars Live. That is a really risky game, 100%. So he took back. This is the position now. And now, okay, first here. And this is apparently just an equal position. I mean, both kings are not the safest. So this is the position now. And you said, what is about rook h6, I guess was the question. But the thing is, we are also almost mate here. I think this could be really over for us. We don't, I mean, if we go here, we mate in one. So we have to go here. Oh, this is also just queen b7 and, yeah, and queen. So we have, after this, oh, just queen d4, just chillin'. What? Ah, we take on b2 here. And we protect this with our queen. Oh wow, they need to calculate a lot here in this position. But apparently everything is a draw. Everything is a draw if they play right. If they play right. Okay, so this was played. What if we just gave the check? And then maybe c3, just protecting this pawn. Queen goes over. I mean, it feels like we still have some ideas with white. But somehow this is all fine. Somehow this is all fine. Okay, this is super interesting. I don't know what's happening here, but this is super interesting. Okay, we had the wish of Keimer against St. Pauli, which is the first board of the match we're just looking at. And Keimer is still up on time. This is really impressive. Nice. Nice for him. Really nice to see. Okay, let's see. We saw how he took the bishop pair, Keimer, and then decided not to trade the queens, castle alongside. And yeah, this is the last thing we saw. Knight f8, and we thought like he wanted to try to get the bishop here. Knight e6, and okay, he did play knight g4 afterwards, but we can just go to g3, and now you don't have the knight h5 move anymore because your knight is already here, so you're not really capturing our knight, but you do have some pressure on f2, so this can be annoying sometimes, and we cannot play f3 right now because then e3 would be hanging, so the knight is maybe more annoying than you would think in the first view. So yeah, this is the position here. If we just play a3, he might give up his second bishop as well. But it's fine to not have a bishop in this position, I think. Maybe he's even castling short side. Maybe he can also start to attack us somehow. Open the c file. Okay, we will probably start with h5. Yeah, probably we're faster. We already have like the h-pawn really advanced. Deep understanding from Keimer. Yeah, as always, as always. You mean with h4 also, to play here h4 is a really nice move also. To just in some lines have the option to play with h5. It's really nice, yeah. I mean, knight f8 maybe was a little too slow, this idea here, because you don't even get the bishop in the end always. Yeah, it is extremely difficult for both sides though. Yeah. I mean, one king is long side castled and the other not, so yeah. h4 is really normal when you play against those g pawns. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm really hyped to see what's gonna happen, and I'm also hyped to see the time travel. We need to pick one game which we mainly want to focus when everyone is gonna be in time travel. So I'm open to take suggestions. So Willie wanted to see I think Krasenkov against Spartak. So let's see it from the first move on. We haven't had a look at this game so far. I only know Spartak Grigorian. I don't know Michael Krasenkov personally. But yeah, let's see. So Okay, okay, okay. Everything's normal so far. He takes the pawn. White is trying to get it back. C5. We had this opening in a different game today, but I don't remember which game it was. We looked at so many different ones, but we had a pretty similar opening somewhere today. Maybe someone in the chat remembers. Not this anymore, but until then with C5 and everything. Queen D8 takes, and okay, yeah, I like that he's not taking back here immediately, like knight d7, and you can make pressure on both of these pawns. Seems like you could also just take here, make him a really bad pawn structure, and you'll get one of those pawns here back. So no worry for that. Oh, it was Nepo. Thank you. Yes, it was Nepo. Yeah, we kind of saw something like this. Vienna variation. You say it's called. Okay, when you say so. I guess we have no other option than believe in you. Okay, so bishop b5 was played, pinning the knight. We can still take here and just make him a bad pawn structure. I mean, there's no rush, right? Because the knight is pinned anyway, but I would think about it. Okay, a6 first. Okay, he rather wanted to take here with his bishop than on c3. Just getting the pawn back. Okay, interesting. Why is this king e2 better than castling here? Why is king e2? I mean, I guess because we just have more control over the d file if we want to like double up our pieces. But this is interesting because this looks way more natural to me. Ah, now this is also annoying, and if our king is here, this is already protected. So this is a little bit easier. Okay, nice. I guess this was a really nice move, king e2. And this is the position right now. I mean, I don't know, Willie, for who are you rooting? For who do you want us to root? But black does have the bishop pair and more secure king a little, I would say. This pawn could get weak, but therefore we also have threats of getting our knight into d6, which would be really, really nice. I mean, we could also do it now, right? If you take, okay, rook takes is not good. Because I guess this pawn will fall in the near future because we cannot really protect it too good. That's interesting. So yeah, we don't have to rush it. We can also play other moves first. Rook c1 seems as logical as well. Black feels slightly better. Yeah, I mean, I guess because the king is so in the middle, right? That's a big factor. And because this is weak. I guess black is slightly better, but we also have some ideas with white. So I also think white could still win this. It's not like a game on 2 results, I would say. Everything can still happen here. That's what I would think here. But yeah, really interesting game. Okay, you just want to play king e7 and double up the rooks. I mean, I was thinking to play maybe like a3, b4 to get the bishop away, and when the bishop moves, then maybe we can play like this, right? So you want to go here. What if I do something like this? Oh, you just go away. And what if I... Oh, you can always take here when I go there, right? Because then this one is hanging. I can never play this. You can also take here and then take here. This is not even threatening. Yeah. Okay, yeah, probably it's if you have all of this under control, all these knight d6 ideas, then it's probably better for black. Not so easy. Not so easy. Hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but I mean, after this, you don't have to take, right? You can just take here. I mean, for sure, this would have been bad. I mean, even this you can play. It's fine for black. Hello, hello, beginner players. Oh yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, not so easy. So I guess you're right that this is really not so easy. Okay, maybe we should just think about grabbing the bishop pair here. Trading some pieces. Maybe that's the best. And bishop d5 after rook hd1. Oh, just planting the bishop in here. Yeah, that looks for sure good. I agree. Okay, what is the Bundestrainer doing? What is our Bundestrainer doing here? So, I think the last time I said that, I mean, we do have more room. We have the bishop pair, so we will try probably at some point to play with f4 to open up the position. He first played here with b4. Oh, and he actually took, opening the a file. And here after castle, rook c8. Okay, one time trading on a8. Okay, he's fine with trading all the rooks. I mean, if that would have happened, we still have the c file for our queen, and we still do have the bishop pair, and we can still play with f4. So our position is really resourceful here with white. But he decided to play this. Bishop b5, pinning, like if we take, he takes, then this knight is pinned to this one. So, okay. Maybe we can also play like bishop c6 and just plant our bishop in there. If he takes, we take back and have like a passed pawn, which is also a really nice idea here. Yeah, we're just going in there. We're just going in there. Jan is really having a great game so far. I have nothing to say. Also, his time management, really nice. Move 22 here. There are a lot of weak pawns. We can think about playing bishop c6. We can think about maybe like some g3, f4 stuff here. Open up some lines as well. Looks really dangerous. What do you even want to do here? Okay, let's say you do like an h6, just preventing background mate. Okay, first we can improve our bishop here. What are you doing? Okay, first we want to protect everything, it seems like. And maybe you go... Oh no, you need to protect those two. The queen cannot really move anywhere. Yeah, it's not easy to find a move here. What do I do? Oh, the bishop goes here and just attacks this pawn from the other side. So many ideas here. So many ideas. Okay, so now I get why f3 is an idea. So you can try to attack the pawn from this diagonal, and it's not too easy to protect it too much, because we can attack it with the bishop and with the queen, right? So then we're 1, 2, 3 times on there, and he can only protect it like with the queen and then with the knight, but 3 times protecting is really hard. So this could be a really simple plan. Just go for the pawn on b6 here. Yeah, Jan Gustav's not having a good position here. He's probably happy with what happened so far. Okay, where are they? I just want to check. They're playing in Bad Mergentheim right now. So where they're playing, so we have one Mülheim. Mülheim is the one where we Sadly, don't have the boards yet. Maybe in a bit. So also, you can write me in the chat in case they upload the boards. Then we have people playing in Bad Mergentheim for 4 teams. Then only 1 team in Hamburg because the other one who withdrew was supposed to play there this weekend. And then we have in the soccer stadium in Hamburg at Millantor playing St. Pauli against Baden-Baden and Deizisau against Werder Bremen. So this is a really big match, which is really exciting. Yeah, I mean, who played chess in a soccer stadium? This is really cool in my opinion. I think this is super cool. Okay, so yeah, I'm in a good. I think this could really be something. You know what game I also wonder what happened there is the game of Arjun Erigaisi. He was the one with playing g4 and everything. This was, oh wow. There is also a lot happened since we last watched. Okay, so we saw him here playing g4. And then rook e1. So this was the last thing we saw, and he also went for h4. I mean, that makes sense. If you say g4, you also need to say h4. Hello, Noel Chess. Hello, hello. Okay, so he decided to sacrifice this pawn here for getting yeah, some weak squares of white. So in this position, right now, we're like, okay, only 1 pawn up anymore. We'll get a passer here, and our bishop is free, which is super important. But our king is also really weak. This is such a wild position. Wow. This is crazy. Like, what is happening here? Okay, you can also take here, but then maybe I'll play f5. This is interesting. This is really interesting here. I don't... I mean, this pawn also can become dangerous really, really quick. But as soon as he takes here, this is also a big weakness. Okay, so it seems like this is a good move. And if we just try to push our pawn, okay, f5. He cannot take because we just take and go here. So g3, rook f3, and king g8. This is some wild stuff again. Wow. Ah, because now we can take here because we're in time. This is all not easy to calculate here. One mistake and the game is over. Okay, this seems like the logical move here. I think this is also gonna be played. I want to stay here for a second because this is wild. This makes sense because we have so much pressure then on f4. He needs to react to this. He cannot just like move the pawn. Besides, this is hanging anyways. But yeah, I mean, this is just he needs to do something, and f5 seems like a logical thing because he cannot take with the rook right now. I would say so. What did he play? Oh, d6 is still a move. Erigaisi will win. You know why? He played the collar. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, but still, this is a really wild position here. Okay, maybe we'll come back in a second to not miss the other moves before we get into time trouble. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, did we see this game before? I think we did. Did we? There was... Okay, so we had... classical Sicilian here. Long castle, f4. Nice. The king still like stays in the middle. That's where he's the safest. Black's trying to checkmate white. Okay, long castle from both sides. Oh, this was this game. This was this game. I remember. When we looked at it the last time, I was like, what the fuck is happening here? I mean, black has a bishop pair. This is kind of weak, but we can also make pressure on the c-pawn. And white doesn't have an attack on our king. So if someone is attacking, then it's black. So probably more pleasant here. And he just brings his knight in. Okay, and white is just not doing anything, right? He's just like, yeah, whatever. Taking there. So now we're in exchange down for 2 pawns, but it's just checkmate. What a combination. Check, takes, check. Wait, this is not mate because the rook is protecting, right? This, check, takes, check, goes here. And then what? Then we just go here. Goes back. Okay, let's see. This. Oh, we just take here. This is beautiful. Oh my god, this deserves an award here, guys. So this was played, this, and in this position he played king a1 because he saw that the other thing is just losing. So in this position we, in theory, have equal material, but again, we can just take the rook here. Oh yeah, this also happened. You can just take the rook and he resigned. Because after queen takes, we're mate. This was a beautiful tactic here. This was nice. Like taking here, playing this. I mean, it's already really, really not so nice to play with white, but this is a really nice ending. This is a really nice ending. Okay, congratulations to Raunak Sadvani for Dusseldorf. Yeah, that was a really convincing win here. Okay, so yeah, I don't have the layout for today, but maybe for tomorrow. Thanks for the feedback. But yeah, this is actually the live position, so this is no analysis here. This is how it looks in reality. So yeah. Let's keep watching. Oh, I want to look at Leonardo Costa again. We haven't watched him for a while, and he had a really interesting position. There he is. Because of the absence, because of the European Championship. Yes, that's true. That's true. A lot of teams, I mean, the European Championship is so many strong players, so for sure they need some backup people here for the Bundesliga, but still, this is so strong today. It's incredible. It is really incredible. So this is the position right now of Leonardo, and the last thing we saw was something like this, I think. Taking here and having like different side castles, and we already said like taking here, this is just a poison pawn because we have knight b5 and stuff like this. Okay, b4 was apparently not so good. You can take this pawn. You can allow yourself to take this pawn. Yeah, so this was maybe a little of a bluff. I mean, you always think like 3 times if you should really do it, because this is an open file now in front of your king. But it would have been the best approach here. Okay, he decided not to take. Instead, he played d4 and then took on b4. But now the queen is just out of the way. Like, the queen is doing nothing here. Doesn't really have a lot of space to go as well. Okay. Bishop not threatening anything. Maybe we go to d5 at some point. Yeah, look at the queen here. Not too happy. It's not really nice to take here, because when he takes back, our queen needs to move, and a7 is just super weak. But if we just move our queen away, yeah, we'll just take this pawn. I mean, a pawn is a pawn, then he still gets the file we could have gotten earlier with the extra pawn. Dinara Wagner is playing today, family time in Bundesliga, nice one. Yes, I already saw that Dennis Wagner and Dinara Wagner, the married Wagners, are both playing, but sadly we don't have a transmission of the boards there. So we cannot look how Dinara is doing, our German national player, and Claudia Coulon, another woman also playing there, where we also don't have the boards, but it's fine. We still have so many good and interesting games today, so that's completely fine. Okay, so this is the position for Leonardo. And I mean, if we just look at it, our king has no problems at all. And this king is like being infiltrated by everything. So I would definitely pick the white pieces here. This looks so much better for white. Yeah, so fingers crossed. Dum -dum. Let's make the round again. Solingen against Bad Mergentheim. This is the first board of this match. Okay, c4 was played. He's trying to open up the c file. Makes sense, because the pawn on c3 wasn't really strong. It was more like a burden. So makes sense to get rid of this pawn. I mean, this can also get weak in the future, because it's not protected by any pawns anymore. The only thing protecting is the knight, but the knight doesn't want to be on f8 forever. So the knight really needs to protect some weak pawns here. Yeah, interesting position. If he not takes, can we play like this in the next move? Just get all the space. I think I would do this. I mean, taking here also doesn't look too nice, because we just have more room and get the c file first, right? But it's still fine. Like, it's not terrible, but I think it's just way more comfortable to play with white, because black is so not coordinated. Okay, he decided to take. We can take back. We can also take with the knight. That's also fine. Okay. Let's keep on watching. This was the game. Oh, this with the interesting pawn structure here. I remember we watched this before. Yeah, so Pentala, the second of Gukesh. I mean, in theory, black is up a pawn, but the pawns are not really good. Like, this is hanging, and those are just isolated double pawns. So this black might be in danger also, because this bishop is so incredibly bad. So I think actually black is in big danger here. Yeah, we can just take here. If you take here first and then just... Yeah, this is nothing. Oh. Way! I think we got games. We just got games, guys. We just got games. It refreshed and we just got games of the first 16 boards. And one of the games is already done. So let's watch it that. Awesome. Yay! We got them. Okay, so here black won. How did he do it? Okay, so this is still really okay, but this is interesting. It's not looking like a quick win for me with black. I mean, this still needs to figure out how to develop, same as this one. I like, this is pretty equal position here. Okay, I mean the knight is good here. It's threatening some things. A little bit uncomfortable to have the knight in there. Long castle. We do have some weak squares, protecting it with the king, going for this pawn here. So he'll just promote it. Oh, this bishop now is not really, oh, not really nice. Not really nice. Yeah, so there was not too much choice, right? He thought he cannot really move here. It was not necessary to give it away, right? You can just go away with the queen. It's not necessary to give up the exchange. He thought if he's not doing it, he will slowly lose, but this was just too much. Okay, interesting. Let's look at Dinara. Let's look at our other woman here, playing Fanoshmes here today. Let's see how she's doing today. C5, takes, okay, modern, A6, okay, knight off. And early G4, okay, interesting. This took Dinara a little while, so maybe she wasn't prepared for this move. But B5 is actually the main move. I mean, makes sense. You wanna take space at the queen side, maybe play bishop B7. So that totally makes sense. Giving up the, okay, not even taking the. What is happening here? This is interesting. Okay, I mean, this pawn is also hanging completely. What happens after this? You just take here. Okay, I see. If the rook goes away, then you take here and you have a pawn in exchange. So this is fine. This is some wild stuff. Okay, so F3 just protecting there, so then you threaten to take in their next move. But Dinara is just taking anyway. Wow. Okay, because if takes, we first give a check on H4 and then we take on E4, and the king is really bad. Like, we sacrifice in total, I mean, I think he can still not, I mean, if he takes here, we can also take here, so that's not the point. So rook would go away. Wow, okay, this is interesting. So she took here, and then there was no taking back. Knight G3, rook. This is. Look at this, king just chilling on F8. Wow. I mean, if he takes back, we're in exchange down, but it's fine because this king is so weak. This king is so weak. Oh, this is the position now. Okay, let's look at it. Let's look at the position now. I mean, this pawn is hanging. Looks juicy because we also protect this pawn. So it's already protected once, but yeah. I mean, and also if our queen moves, then we have this square for our knight, which is also good. This is so wild here. Yeah, Black is really just playing without the rooks. You say it. I mean, this is not doing anything. I will also not come into game really soon because our king already moved to f8. But somehow this is just good for Black. This is crazy. I mean, we also do have 3 pawns for the exchange that we're down. But this is wild. Yeah, but it seems like the next moves for Black are gonna be like bringing the knight somewhere in. Yeah, I guess this pawn really makes the position here. This is really dangerous, this pawn there. Black does have pressure continuously. And I mean, all the pawns you're attacking are protected by my bishop, so you would need to sacrifice something to take there. I spoke of Dinara and the games are coming. Oh yeah. You think white should also bring back the knight somehow? But where? Like, where do you want to go with the knight? Doesn't have too many squares. I mean, if you try to... Yeah, no. b6 is just hanging. That's a problem here, so that's why moving the bishop here back was also an option. Yeah, really nice and interesting game. Okay, who else is there that we just got? So we have Paham Maksudlu against Pavel Tregubov on board 1. Okay, they're in move 10. Is that real? Okay, no, that is not real because it says they still have over 1 hour 20. So there must be some moves not transmitted yet. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is a pretty normal opening here still. Okay, let's look at Dinara's husband, Patrick Zelbel. How is he doing? I mean, this bishop is just better than this bishop because this bishop is attacking something and this bishop is just looking at the own pawn. Or rooks are more active, so I guess that's why white is here slightly better. Black just has to protect all their pawns. So yeah, I wouldn't want to play this position with black, really. I really wouldn't want to. Okay, guys, I said Ergaisi is so interesting. I didn't even want to go away, but then all the other games also had interesting positions. But yeah, I definitely want to go back to Ergaisi and see what happened at his game. Because this was some... wow. This is some wild stuff. Why do you need to know her? What do you mean? Who do I need to know? Ah, he was a little bit worse earlier. Okay, let's just look at this position for a second. So we saw d6 and then we thought he will take here, right? So this was the move that just made sense. f5 because we don't want him to immediately take here. Right now he cannot take here because we just take and go d7. We also have threats with that one. Rook f3 and queen h5. Okay. So I guess if we take here, you want to take here because if take, we can take back with the queen. That's the idea. So we give up this for this. Okay, but he played f6 instead, giving the check. And now you can take back or what? And then we take here. And then we have an equal position. Sure, that's how it looks like. This is crazy. Oh my god. This is some hell of a game so far. What is happening here, Arjun? Tell us, what are you doing? Ah, this is really some high-class game here. I love it. Yeah, so this is the position right now. You can also take... Yeah, no, I think he will take on f6 in this position. Because otherwise we take with a check. Is what we're gonna do then. How is our Bundestrainer doing? Good question. We can check again. We can definitely check that again. Let's check here for a second. How Vincent is doing. Okay, I will go to Jan in a second. This was just a game which popped up first. So what we last saw was him like going around with the knight. Trying to capture the bishop, but it didn't really work because our bishop had too many squares to escape, and now f3. I mean, makes sense. We prevent him from going to e4. Really nice. Improving the position, being ready to go into the endgame here. He is just not... He just doesn't want to take the queen, so he could have done this. But the thing is, we do have a double pawn, but we also prevent c5 forever. And we do have really nice bishops here. So we slowly improve this position with white. So I understand why he didn't want to move this. So he said, okay, I'll play c5 now that it's possible. But in this position, actually, we just play against this pawn here. It's an isolated pawn. This is protected. Seems like this is a good position for white. Yeah, the pair is better, especially in open positions. And now the position is loosen up a little since he just took on c5. Oh, David Howell is at 2 minutes. He's really low on time right now. He's really low on time right now. You cannot say which. You mean in this position which bishop is the better one? Hard to say. I mean, our bishop on g3 is pretty nice right now. But this one is also not bad. Yeah, hard to say. The combination makes it. The combination makes it. Okay, so we had another question for how our Bundestrainer is doing. And the last time we checked, he had a really pleasant position. Where is he do? Where is he? Where is he? There. Okay, what happened since the last time? So what we saw that it's just really hard for black to move anything because we go in here with the knight, right? And our plan, what we thought, is that he might be just able to attack this pawn like a couple of times and he cannot prevent it enough. So, okay, this is actually not what happened. I mean, we thought about playing f3 anyway. So, okay, he wants to do something, but now it's not just a piece hanging. Did he miss that this is protected? This is so weird. This just straight up hung a queen. I mean, if we went back here, this is also not too great because again, we just going here and then, oh yeah, this one is hanging. So this is just losing a pawn straight up because, yeah, so this was already a bad move, but I don't know. Did he really miss that the queen is protecting h2? I think this is resignable. Oh yeah, he did resign after g3. Yeah, so Jan Gustafsson won his game. Congratulations. Congratulations to Jan. That's a nice win. Like, he played a good game from the beginning to the end. Really nice and convincing game. Okay, should we watch what is Zindarov doing? Our top scorer in the Bundesliga so far. Wow, and this looks like a really interesting game. So first of all, this bishop is good. I think this really annoys the white pieces a lot. The black's pawn structure is not the best, but this is a really dangerous pawn. So white really need to keep an eye on that. Okay, what is threatening here? This looks like there might be some danger. What happens if we just take here f6 and e6? That's what's threatening. We cannot take because of 7. That makes sense. So we need to be a little bit, yeah, we need to yeah, I knew someone heard that I was saying Bauer instead of pawn for a second, but for sure you had to point it out, really. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not perfect. I'm sorry. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so what happens if also this plan here comes? Now e6 is not as strong, or what? You can just take. Because the rook is still protecting f7. Okay. So here, bishop d2. Are we trying to get here to have some control over the pawn, or what? Yeah, I agree, Mr. Just Someone. I agree. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Okay, this position is really complicated, guys. But I feel like it's easier for white, because the only thing black has is this pawn, but white has the center, the better coordinated pieces, and an attack. So this should be a lot easier for white to play. So we can also just not play e6 here. I don't know. Yeah, just get the bishop out of there. Maybe we can try to trade those bishops. And this is forever like a nice pawn chain here. Yeah, an outsider with knight chances. You say it, E.T. You say it, definitely. How will white stop the black pawn? I mean, it's not threatening anything, right? We're like really on the like... Yeah, it is also double pawn, which is also a little slightly worse because now we cannot help the pawn from behind, which also makes a point there. I kind of want to have a quick look on the standings here. So because we already have some results, so we have maybe yeah, so in Vietnam against Mülheim Nord, only 2 draws so far. And here we also see all the engine evaluations. So that would be huge for Mülheim Nord not to lose, because right now they're at the bottom of the list from the Bundesliga. They had yeah, really tough pairings. But okay, it doesn't look too good for some of them, seems like. Okay, so Kirchweih against Heimbach is 2 against 1. We already saw this game. Why is it... Oh, it's not like on the right side, right? So they... No, wait. This is not 2 versus 1, if I'm adding up right. This is not mathing. Math is not mathing here. There's 1 result 2 less than this 1 versus 2, right? Right? Okay, but still interesting. Okay, Soling. Okay, so they just didn't actualize all of them yet. Okay, this could be a close thing here. But Mergentheim against Soling, and but Mergentheim is really the outsider here, but they're doing really good so far. This could still be really interesting here. Okay, I just want to get an overview. Okay, Dusseldorf is already like 3-0. They just crushing. They just having... Oh, we should also watch Bulagan Victor against Wang Yingxun. We haven't done this yet. Bayern München 1 draw only. Here, Baden-Baden 2 draws so far. And Daizizao 4 draws. Oh wow, this is a lot of draws for this match. Interesting. Really interesting. Oh, Jules Musa against Areshenko, we also haven't watched yet. And then I wanted to check, because here it says how many games they already played and won or whatever. And Zindarov, here we see, yeah, he won 8 games and drew 1 game. So this is so impressive. Yeah. Okay. So now we are also updated to that. Now we can go back to our board. There we go. And now we can watch some games that we haven't watched before. So the one I said last was Jules Musa against Areshenko. What do we have here? I mean, 2 really strong grandmasters here playing against each other. To game 25, sure, we can also do that afterwards. Yeah, this is, again, like all these pawns seem so weak for white, but we still have a really good knight here on b6, and I don't even know what's happening. I like, this is also weak, this is also weak, a lot of weak pawns everywhere. Oh, it's white to move. Okay, what would happen if we just take here? Oh, he just takes back. He doesn't care. He wants to sacrifice that exchange. Interesting. Oh, it's not an exchange. It's 2 pieces against the rook. So wait, then in this position, we're up a piece with black? Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So we could get into this endgame here. And I guess the weak pawns just even themselves out. So that we get to a... Interesting. Really, really interesting. Okay. So then I also wanted to check real quick this board. Where do we have it? 1 second. Da. We haven't seen this game yet. And Wang Gengsheng is playing against Victor Bologan. So he is the clear favorite, Victor Bologan. But it seems like he's doing a good job so far. I mean, he has a rook on the 7th rank. So, I mean, this king just looks more secure than this king. What is happening? Okay, let's try to get the rook out of there. Oh, we take just here. And if you take here, we can also take here. So that's the idea of taking here. So if you take back here first, we can go queen b7. Wow. So this is just bad. So we just have a really good position here with white. I mean, if the queen goes away from here, we can play queen b7. So maybe, okay, queen c6, trying to trade the queens. We don't have really good squares to go away. So maybe then we have to change here to trade there. We can trade there. And then we just up a pawn, right? Okay, this is also weak, but we also have a passer here. Okay, let's go here, so you cannot take here right now. Yeah, we just up a pawn. This is really interesting. So also here again, maybe some, yeah, really nice Gengsheng. So also maybe some outsider chances here. Really, really nice. So, and then we had the wish for board 25. Yeah, for sure. This was all of our crazy games so far. And what happened since the last time we watched? Okay, he took on f6, which looked like the only logical thing to do here. We took on g3, took on c2, took on f6. I mean, the king needed to move because there was a lot of danger here. King g8, and this is the position now. And we're equal material. I cannot believe in this game. This was crazy so far. Yeah, but still seems like, I mean, if everything here trades somehow, this is just not much happening. But taking here... He will just take the pawn with his king or what? Now we come again to the rule which I said, like, I definitely prefer the queen together with the knight and not the queen together with the bishop. I mean, there's not a lot left and both of the kings are so weak. So there's a really high percentage of just being perpetual by check by the queen. So I guess that's the point where it's saying this position is really equal here. That's my guess. Yeah, this is really interesting. Okay, guys, we're getting to time trouble. I will once watch again here our woman, Svenja Butenandt, who had the Karo Kan. And did she just sacrifice an exchange there on f8? Okay, she can first play rook c8. Okay, let's say something like this. And then you can take here as well. This is position with an exchange down. But seems to be... Oh, this is the clue of the thing. I see now. And then we just have different colored bishops, which is completely draw. So here is the plan to get in the end the different colored bishops. So she has a really high chance of playing this a draw, which would be a great result for Svenja, playing against a GM here. I really hope she can do that. Again, as I said, she's also a really young German player. Okay. Okay, I would go in the time trouble to Keimer. If you have other suggestions, let me know. So what happened here? There happened a lot. So there was the queen trade offered the whole time, but Black did not take because he didn't want like to be stuck on c5. And now Vincent decided to just take here. And I mean, we do have the bishop pair. Okay, not anymore, but we do have the better pawn structure. Like this is a weakness, this is a weakness. We just go for them. Improve our pawns. g5, the knight doesn't really have two nice squares because those are really nice protected here. And then we just take the pawn. Yeah, this was in the long run the plan here, right? So this is protected by this. And as long as this is the case, we don't make progress. So he just plays g5, g4, g5, and he cannot prevent this like at all. This is so pretty. Okay, this is the position right now. I mean, he of course doesn't really want to take here because then he's just stuck with those pawns. This pawn is nicely protected. I mean, we're one pawn up with white, but it feels so much more because those pawns are so fucking weak. I mean, this is also just hanging, isn't it? This is not really threatening. We just go to a2 and it's fine. Completely fine here. Yeah, he can take there. And the nice thing is that we also have some threats here sometimes, because this is just a weak square. I mean, not now. He's there often enough, but just a threat. Yes, so, okay, let's just not praise it too early, but I also, I'm really impressed. He still has 18 minutes for the next 7 moves. So, again, great time management in this game from Vincent here so far. Really, really nice. Really, really nice. I mean, he can also take on... Wait, what? Oh, he went here first. Oh, okay. So this is still coming, but now we can even take here with the rook. So we always have this move. I mean, maybe he wants to create some threats like this. But yeah, we can also take here first and then take there. So this one is also hanging. That should all be really, really good. Yeah, everyone drop a follow for Lichess, guys. And also, if you're watching from YouTube, make sure to like the like the live stream. That's how you can show that you like it. Yeah, like the live stream to make sure that you like it. Awesome, Taurus. Yeah, he did take here, and now he can take. I mean, he can also take with the bishop, but I think with the rook is nicer because you just threaten this. Oh, this position looks so bad for black. What is he even doing here? Thank you for subbing. This is threatening. This is threatening. Not nice to play here with black. Yeah, I mean, this might be a resigning position here, to be honest. Not looking really nice for black. Wow, this has been such a nice game. Like, this looked so smooth for Vincent. He really just destroyed him. Okay, he's still trying. So we got those moves here quick. So he went here. We just moved our bishop. I mean, this is not even threatening because this is just protected. Yeah, this is not threatening anything. How did Nepo do? He played a draw. He drew pretty early, so he was in a bad position like for a few moves, but they played so fast, it was a really quick draw. You can just take on f6. Take all the pawns away and then just promote, for example. Nothing to fear. Okay, it's Vincent time. I mean, he has a lot of pawns to take. He can decide if he want to take here, or maybe give a check first and then take somewhere. Because he can still take, like, he can just give a check, he goes here, and then he takes here. That's probably the best, right? Because he still takes with a check. Yeah, rook e6 looks really solid. Taking on f6 with a check. Yeah, probably that's the best. Almost checkmate. I mean, David Howell made his move with 2 seconds on the clock, so there was not a lot of time left. Okay, he took on b7. Now he can just checkmate. Maybe like this would be nice. He's 3 pawns up right now, so that's a good number of extra pawns. I mean, he can also take here and then checkmate here. That's also checkmate. I mean, black doesn't really have good moves that improve the position here. Yeah, bishop f6 is a good move. I mean, it's black's turn here. So let's see what he comes up with. Okay, we got no move here. Maybe he lost on time, we don't know. No, no, no. Okay, I'll just guess that he won in this position and the result is not in there yet. So let's get to another game real quick in our hot phase of time trouble here. Which game do you want to see right now? So what is the most interesting of the ones we saw. I mean, for sure the Erigaisi one was super interesting. But now it's not anymore. So this seems like, yeah, this seems like fine. Okay, this is wild here for sure. They still have 2 moves to do. Oh, they have 12 moves to do here. This is a wild position. So this is threatening mate here. But we are up a rook. So it seems like we can take here. He takes, and we give a check here. And then take here. And if he takes with the king, we have rook c1. Wow, this is actually really wild here. So we have to play this or this. I mean, king e2 is also wild to play here. But I mean, everything's protected. Okay. So king e2 or rook c6. Everything else is not working. I mean, it's also just mate, right? I mean, d3, for example. Yeah, but rook c6 here is wild. This is this is wild. They still have 12 moves to play. Wow. What is happening here? So we'll get the moves in no time now. This is some crazy ass position. Okay, he did play rook takes c6 and rook c1. And now if he goes to d5, we can also take here with the check. So yeah, the king is just too weak. And then he can also not go here, because then we have a check here and this one is fallen. Wow, this is a really nice game here. Yeah. This is wild. Queen b6. I mean, if he goes there, we can always just take and take here. So queen b6. He goes here, we go there. This is like mate. If he goes here, we also just go here. Go there, this is all mate. This is some really nice game here. Okay, let's see how he finishes. Okay, queen b6 would have been better, because then we have just a staircase mate somehow. But this also seems like the king is in some trouble. Again, he cannot go here because this is pretty easy for us. So I don't know, does he want to go to f5 then? Or to... Yeah, it's not easy to... Yeah, you think he wanted to keep the f-pawn? Probably. But I mean, in this position, if we would have gone here, here, this is just like mate, and like we just go here and mate, right? So that would have been faster. But yeah, whatever. King d7 is played here. Okay, here we can do the same as last time. After this. We can also go to c7 check. And queen b6 again. Yeah, at some point we need to do the queen b6 and then the staircase, I think. Let's see if he's doing that now. And that would be a big point for him. Winning here. Okay, I mean, it seems like he didn't decide to do it. Now he's just protecting here this bishop. So not in danger anymore of losing anything. I don't know. Maybe he'll just play like rook c5. Try to capture some stuff. I mean, we're also 3 pawns up. So it's fine for us to go in any kind of endgame here. Like... Okay, seems like he has not the clear vision of what he want to do. Like based off the last few moves here, the check he has given. He took here, gave a check here. So this is 1 perpetual already. I don't think that he wants to repeat moves here necessarily. But he need to come up with something before 3 times repetition. So in black's shoes, I would just go back. Maybe he's going for the perpetual. You never know. You never know. He would be lucky for a perpetual. Okay, now he went for queen c7. Now he can still do the knight queen b6, and if he goes here, we just mate him immediately. So this is still like really good. So maybe finally we get the... Maybe finally we get that. Yeah. So now queen b6 is the Ausmacher. Oh yes, he gone for it. He finally is willing to give up the f-pawn for the immediate checkmate here. Nice. I mean, if this is happening, we can also just take and then take the extra bishop here. But if he's not trading... Oh wait, was I saying this? We can also just take with the rook and then everything's hanging. Yeah, whatever. So this was the right move, queen b6. He got it, he saw it, he did it. Really nice. So this is really convincing. Let's see what black has to offer now. This was a wild game, to be honest. This was wild here. After this, we need to check Dinara's game. Okay, let's just check Dinara's game because I think he will win this. This was some hell of a game. Like, I didn't understand anything. Look at this. Like, what is happening here? The rook just hanging there, sacrificing another piece, not taking back because like the king just too bad. H4, so that bishop H4 is not coming anymore. Knight G3. And this is just wild. I don't know. Sorry. My roommate. You saw this line in an Anish course? Are you for real? No. For sacking the rook. But it's wild because I mean we're down in exchange and this is not like playing here, but we're still winning, probably because this pawn here is so strong. But this is just, yeah, so we try to activate our knight. It's wild that it's so much better for black because this is just so bad. Okay, so we just go to h7 or what? How is this so good for black? This is crazy. Everything's protected here. Wow, that you can just go here. Yeah, I mean, if this is going away, we can take here, right? Oh, yeah. So there was just a mate in between that. So I guess she calculated all of this. So this is really just, yeah. Wow. This was some hell of a game. You got it once on the board. But couldn't figure out the complications and why I am better. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this position and what the fuck? Why is... Okay, so everyone remember this. It's it seems like it's from an Anish course here. So that here... Okay, I guess it's about the line with G4. That you're fine with like letting him with a check to C7 and you're better. Like how? This is crazy. Okay, she already thought a lot in this position. But this is some... this is some wild shit here. So here h5 would have been a lot better because you kinda make a lot of pressure here. But yeah. Just to understand that you're better here with an exchange down and your king there, your rook not doing anything is wild. This is like, this is, I'm sorry, but this is a crazy game. I don't know what to say here. And the tactic was really nice in the end, that this is not working. Because like white has made himself is really nice. This is some crazy game. Props to Dinara. That was beautiful. That was just beautiful, really. Yeah, that was some major win over there. Really nice. I'm happy for her. Yeah, that was really impressive. Okay, let's see how her husband is doing. Having this position here. Okay, he's one pawn up. I mean, the last time we looked, black had a lot of weak pawns, so I'm not surprised that he won one of those. But we have different colored bishops, so trading the rooks off the board is not enough to win this. Is there a link to that wild game on Lichess? I can send it to you, no worries. I will just send it in the link here. Oh, you already... I mean, I can also... Yeah, it's the 8th board. Yeah, thank you. That was really impressive. I'm really happy. I'm really happy for Dinara here. That was some beautiful game. That was just beautiful, really. Yeah, this game definitely deserves an award. Okay, how do we proceed here in this position? We want our rook in somehow. So maybe we can go over this. So where do you go when I give a check here? Because if you want to be too active, oh, we can also go here and here, maybe. No, this is a draw, right? We cannot do this. Yeah, it's not so easy. I was thinking this. Yeah, somehow we need to get our rook in. But he still needs to fight. He still needs to fight. It's not like completely winning right now. Still some work to do here. Okay, who else? Okay, we haven't looked at Reimann Buhmann. Also really strong grandmaster against Daniel Hausrath. What is happening here? White seems to have some extra pawns. It's actually only one extra pawn, but it's a strong extra pawn. We can also just move it forward, because if he attacks, we just go another square forward. This is not really threatening because we can just take the bishop. So yeah, b6 here looks really promising. b6 and b7. But what was earlier here? Yeah, this was... Okay, let's just say he'll try to... Yeah, what is he trying? How will he prevent that? I mean, maybe like he needs to play this and then rook b3, right? To prevent b8 queen. The rook is captured here. The rook cannot really do anything. What do we do here? Okay, we cannot take this one. He just protects it. We go here. Okay, see. So he just give it up. I mean, we also don't really want to take here. But how do we improve in this position? I'm a little confused because our rook cannot move. Okay, let's just say he goes here. Oh, then we take here. And then we take here. Then we 2 pawns up. Okay, I see. So at some point we can give this pawn up. This is the original position here. So b6, b7, and we don't need to be afraid of him capturing our rook in the corner, because we can come over this diagonal. And then in the end, a2 is also hanging. Really interesting position here. Hello, hello. Okay, next game. What can we also watch here? Max Warmadam against Valery Kazakuski. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So black is a pawn up and has also really active queen here. But king might be in a little danger. Really interesting position here. I don't know what's going on, but I want to take another look at the standings here to understand what's on stake here. So we do have... Okay, maybe I need to refresh that. Yeah. So we do have here Viernheim is in a big lead and looking good to taking it home. Yeah, so Viernheim is gonna win today. Heimbach won against Kirchweihe. Oh, really? That's like a huge win for them. Wow, that's a huge win because they were the last team before today, right? They were the last team, so they're really in danger of leaving the league, but they won today. This is a big point. Congratulations. Okay, Solingen versus Bad Mergentheim still playing. Still open match here. So, I mean, Solingen is a strong team, but Bad Mergentheim doing good so far. I mean, 4 games still playing. So, yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen here. Okay, Dusseldorf already won. Bayern München against Hamburg is 2-2. That's also really interesting. We haven't looked at Gabor Papp and Lampard Jonas. We can also check that out. So, yeah, that's also really interesting match. And then we have OSG Baden-Baden. Okay, I think Vincent won because it's still not in there. So it seems like Baden-Baden is also going to win here. Okay, and Werder Bremen is in a lead against Deizisau. That is wild. That is really wild. Wow, we also need to check that out. Okay, just a quick overview because a lot happened here. So, yes, that was that. So let's see then how Jari Reuka is doing here. So that is really important. I mean, they're already in the lead and they're playing like Deizisau, like a super strong team. So, yeah, that is really, really good for them if they win today. He's like 2 pawns up, right? With white here. Okay, it's his turn. He cannot take here because his queen is hanging. Okay. Seems like just making yourself some space to breathe is good here. Why can we not just move the queen away? I guess because then b2 is also weak. This is still complicated though. What if we move the knight? Oh, like we cannot take because it's mate in the end or what? Wait a second. And the rook on d4 is hanging. Okay, yeah, now it makes sense in this position to play something like a3 so that we have king a2. That definitely makes sense. Also, I think we lost their transmission because this move was move 29. And yeah, so there are some moves missing here. Okay, here probably the same. We have an endgame, but white has a nice bishop. King is almost in there, and the knight is really in nowhere land. So this should be winning for white here. Okay, we also wanted to watch the Hamburg match, which is still really open here. Okay, what do we have here? I always count the pawns, like, but they're even. We have even material here. Okay, I guess, but our bishops, the white bishops, are just not looking at our own stuff, whereas the black pieces are super active here, so not hard to say that black must be better here, also with the rook on c3. Looks really promising, to be honest. I'm sitting here and just listen and watch, and I'm so impressed. Thank you so much. I appreciate that comment. I mean, I also feel stupid sometimes when I listen to others, but yes, finally someone who commentates the Bundesliga. It's crazy that they have no like stream that covers all the games. So yeah, I'm really happy to do that today for Lichess. My first time ever commentating for Lichess. So yeah, hope you enjoy that today. And tomorrow I will also be commentating. Tomorrow the round starts at 10. But yes, so thanks for the feedback. And don't forget, right, the German Bundesliga is the strongest chess league in the world. So that's also really impressive. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so what is happening here, guys? What should we even do with white? Like, our pieces don't really have a lot squares to go to. Like, our knight cannot move. Our bishop, I mean, we can go here, but this is not really improving our position. I don't know. We could try g4. And yeah, just not really nice here. This is 2 times protected, but also 2 times attacked. Okay, but you still need to win this. But I think they're also not transmission. They've been in move 40 for a while. Leonardo Costa with white here. Seems like a lot has been traded. Okay, if he'll take here, we take here. He can even take here maybe. And that's just not enough to play for a win here. So that's probably gonna end in a draw with a double rook endgame. Yeah, I mean, some clubs have commentary only for their team, so they only cover their games, but there's no like, yeah, commentary from the Bundesliga so far. So that's really sad because it's such a strong league and so strong players are playing. So I'm really happy to be a commentator today for that. Okay. How is Arjun Erigaisi doing, by the way? Did he manage to play a draw in the end in his wild game over there? I feel like this might have just ended in a draw. This was such a crazy game there. Where is it? It's here. He's still playing. He's still playing. He's still trying to win this. Okay, wow. His king is really just chilling here. But I guess he wants to go here. Okay, now I'm a little bit more optimistic that he could actually win this. Because this pawn is just so strong. I mean, black is up a pawn, but this pawn is nowhere near queening. And if we try to somehow, like, get away from the checks and then go here... Because you cannot take because this knight is pinned, right? So we do have some ideas. Yeah, maybe he is definitely playing this. He's definitely like checking out where this could go. So this is really nice. Wow. He's still playing this. Yeah, and this does look like a really still a lot can happen game, right? Okay. Okay, here white is a pawn up. But the bishops, again, are different colors. So this might just be a draw. We can never exchange the rook because that would really easily be a draw. And we don't, like, we cannot really make ourselves a pass pawn here. So this should really easily be a draw here. Also, the weaker player rating-wise here is white. So yeah, I really think this is gonna end in a draw. Okay, here we don't have a transmission. This is probably also no transmission anymore because I don't think that there's still a move 41, to be honest. But yeah, what is happening here? Okay, so I guess he'll take back and then we'll take back with the rook. This is kind of pinned here, so we cannot move the rook anyway. Now queen b1. Can also take here. This is wild again. I don't know. I mean, we cannot take here really because I mean no, we cannot because this knight is just hanging. Yeah, this is difficult. But queen b1 seems to be good. Also having some pressure here sometimes. Yeah, but this was not the actual position, so... Did he make some progress here? Again, he can still not trade the rooks because this is just a draw, same as in the other position. We have uneven bishops here, different colors bishops. So that's not working. So yeah, he needs to find another way in. But if he can't manage to find a way in, this is just a draw. Maybe at some point he can try to play with h4. Like, and if he takes, we try to collect those pawns, something like this. Maybe first he would need the rook there or something. Yeah, it's not so easy. But maybe that could be an idea to try to still keep playing for a win. Okay, here Rainer Buhmann did play the b6 move. Really nice, really, really nice. Oh, how is Zendarov doing? Oh, wow, this is an interesting game. Let's look at that one. What happened here? Okay, whose move is it? It's Black's move. Okay, he is an exchange up. But his pawns on the third rank look kind of lost. No stuff behind that, so I guess they will just fall in the future. And the king is super loose. So even though he's up like an exchange and 2 pawns, it's not even better for him because his king is so extremely weak. Like, we have our rook, we have our bishop and our queen and the pawn. And all of them together are pretty deadly. So that is not easy for Zendarov at all. I mean, we're just threatened to give the check here, right? But what happens after this? This is just mate, yeah. Okay, so this is... I'm sorry. This is... Oh, this is the only move. This is the only move here. And after rook g3, we have to sacrifice the whole rook. And then we play this position with a piece down, but we have 3 pawns, but as I said, those are kind of hanging, so... Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think that this is working. This is also just mate here. Actually pretty though. You see, after this, we have this mate here. And after this, we have this mate here. Wow, okay, so the only way here for him to keep playing is to play rook c7 and sacrifice the whole rook and then play the endgame with a piece down. So that is not easy to do here, I would say. I mean, I think he will because he's Sindarov and he's a super grandmaster. But just from a perspective of a viewer, this is like, yeah. Oh, my light went down. Do you want it again? Do you like the blue color? There we have it again. Yay! Kann man als Weiß eventuell einfach nach dem Dummopfer und Damentausch passieren. Das Endspiel sieht gewonnen aus. Okay, the question is if we can just force a queen trade after this line. So this takes. Okay, and you want to force a queen trade here. You mean like this? But then the pawn is walking through. Like, we need to be sure about this one. So we could do like this. But he's just not... I mean, if he would go here, then we could force a queen trade, but he can still go to the H file. And I don't think we can force a queen trade. The light is brighter, isn't it? Maybe it just got darker outside? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, also the end game should only be winning. I'm not even sure if it's winning when we trade the queens, because I mean, probably it should be, but not too easy, right? Not too easy, because this bishop needs to be for this one here. Yeah, complicated. Okay, but we have this position right now, and first he needs to play this move. Only move here. Because this is just threatening here. I mean, we could also have a look at Richard Rapport. How was he doing? Okay, also we have no transmission here because it says they only move 32. That's not right. But maybe they agreed on a draw here in this position. I could imagine that. That's why this was not going on here. But no, I don't think he would offer a draw here, Richard Rapport. Because we do have a better, like, pass pawn here. Maybe we can try to collect this pawn here. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened there. Hello, hello, hello. You blunder everything today? Yeah, when you're in a rage, it's not really better to keep playing and blundering and blundering and blundering, right? Oh, and here, did something happen? Oh no, this was the game, which was not transmitting. Okay, so this was a game where we said it's hard to find like moves with white, but white actually did play the g4 thing and then just trying to relocate. Okay, and black is trying to get the knight somewhere else. So maybe here. Oh, that looks juicy. Also having an eye on h3. That looks really nice to reroute the knight here. Maybe also at some point being able to play c5. Not now, because there's also, like, he wants to trade pieces. He would like to trade the bishop. But at some point, maybe. Yeah, no, it's just hard to make any kind of moves here with white. This is so hard. This is so hard of a position here. This is crazy. Yeah, I mean, when we looked the last time, like, Hamburger SK was still not sure how it's gonna end. But now I see that Babur Cup, he won. Okay, he's just so many pawns up in this position. So is this maybe a decisive game here for Hamburg? Should we again check the results, how it's standing over there? What the standings are for today? So we do have, okay, let me refresh. Okay, Viernheim against, yeah, there are a couple of games we didn't have the additional moves, right? Okay, Heimbach won. Soling against Mergentheim still playing. Dusseldorf won. Yeah, Hamburg is still decisive. But if Jonas Lampard winning, then that should be enough for winning for them. Yeah, and Olski Baden should also be winning. Yeah, and Werder Bremen might also win against Schachfreunde Deizisau, which is a really good result. Really, really good result. Okay, let's look at the game of Bennett Hagner. Seems like he had a pretty good position based on that bar we just saw. He was the last board here. Oh, this was a position. Okay, he's 2 pawns up, and I guess this pawn is just a runner. This pawn is just running through. Even if you take here, I don't care. I'm just running. Yeah, this looks bad. He probably won this position here. Yeah, this is really, really not good news. Okay, let's get back to Zendarov. If he's playing Rook C7, that's really interesting here. Okay. I see. Does somebody know if there's some German chess player on the Discord Lichess server? For sure. There's so many German people playing. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so Viernheim is in the lead. Heimbach won. Soling is in the lead, 3-2. Who's still playing for them? Oh, we have the first board and the second board still playing. Is that right? Oh no, the second board, they ended in a draw, but the first board is still playing. Oh, that was this position. I remember. You remember as well? That was where I said the whole time, this knight always has to protect this pawn, like already from the opening, and it's still like this. But black is a pawn up, so yeah. This is a really complicated position. Maybe rook c7, so we have a strong force on the 7th rank. Or should we try to attack ourselves with like f4? Trying to weaken the king also a little bit more. Could also be an idea. Super interesting. Super duper. Okay, he's going for the f4 move. Yeah, I could read his mind. I knew that this was gonna happen. So if takes, can we just take back here? Maybe f3 at some point and we just mate white. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to loosen up the white king a little bit because right now he's really secure in here. And if we trade some pawns, that can really help us. Also, I mean, if there's a pawn standing here, this one is not protected anymore, the pawn on g5. So maybe we could also go after this one then. A lot of new ideas after this move. So let's see. Okay, let's keep watching. Oh, this game was already done. Luke van Veli. Oh, what is happening here? He's a piece up, isn't he? Okay, against 3 pawns. Okay, but this king also not looking too comfortable if I just go rook h2 next move. Looks pretty promising to me. Like, yeah, I'll just go here and here. So this should be winning. And after, like, if you want to play this and this, then I can even go here and just mate him. Haha! I love this mate. So, yeah, this looks really winning for white, actually. Okay, 4 against 4. White is definitely more active here. But the question is, as always, is it enough? And I believe in this double rook endgame. Probably not. It's 4 against 4, so probably it's just not enough. But how is our favorite Arjun Erigaisi doing? So we still have this position, so he decided not to go this way. I mean, also after this, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he is for sure trying to go here. The only move for black here seems to be king g6. Because as I said, if you don't move your king, then we have this and this one is pinned. So you need to move your king so you can take back here. But the thing is, if we take like here and this, then there's perpetuals because our king can hide like nowhere. So Yeah, why can the king not move anywhere else? For example, here. Okay, here we can really play this. Is there no perpetual? Okay, maybe we can hide somewhere. Maybe we can hide somewhere somehow. Oh, we don't even need to hide. We can go here and then at some point move with our queen there, I guess. So this is the position. And yeah, rook h6 is not working. Another king move here we don't have. So king g6 it is. I think he'll play this. I mean, he sees that this is losing. Then he knows, okay, I need to be able to capture back with a knight. So yeah, I think this is gonna happen. But then the question is if there are still some winning chances here. Oh, what? Ah, this is not the winning move even. Like after this, we have this check here. King goes. Okay, but the thing is, after we can trade the queens now. I mean, he cannot take. And if he goes away, then we can take here. And go here. Okay, so this was a losing move of black, actually. So now the first time in forever, white is winning. And I think he'll see it. He'll play queen c7. But yeah, this is so complicated. Like to see when you have a perpetual and when not. And those positions are really hard to calculate through. The queen endings are not fun to calculate. I mean, at least I'm not having fun calculating this. I'm for sure there are people who really enjoy these kind of positions. But yeah, I think this is just, yeah, a lot. Okay, the question is if Arjun is gonna play this quick or if he's like taking his 20 minutes to be, okay, is this really winning now? How can I win a knight and a bishop versus rook game? Are they still pawns there? Because if not, that's a draw. Yeah, I mean, queens they just have a lot of checks and a lot of different ones, and to understand the differences of the checks is also not really easy all the time. So yeah. You're one pawn up. I mean, it really depends on the position, how active your pieces are. You cannot in general say that, but always stay active, don't blunder pieces. I guess that's the most important, especially in time travel online. That can happen a lot. But yeah, here queen c7 is the only winning move. So d7 isn't even winning here because of all the checks. But then my question is, why was in this position not also the... Oh, yeah, of course, right now we don't have the check. So we need to wait for this before we have our first check here. Yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. You want it anyway, you forked the rook and queen. Well then, congratulations. Okay, let's come back in a second and see if Zendaros... Yes, he did play rook c7. I mean, it was the only move. And now he will sacrifice the rook, and then we'll have the endgame where he's a piece down but has 3 pawns for it. So still a really interesting game here. The thing, it seems like you can also take here first, and then in the next move still do this, because he cannot prevent it. Like, his king has no moves. He has nowhere to prevent it. Like, if he's trying something like this, we can still just give a check here and just take with check here. Oh, this is even winning. Oh, because now, what is the difference to the earlier thing we had? Oh, because now we can trade the queens and the b pawn is gone. We had this variation earlier, you remember, but then this was not winning because the b pawn was just queening. So this is why it's better here to take first on b3, to have in the end this queen e7 check. To be able to trade the queens into a winning thing, endgame. No, it's in Germany, so it's the same time zone as here. It's yeah, almost 7 p.m. Yeah, I mean, since he's already thinking for a while, I guess he'll take you first. I mean, it's also crazy, right? He's playing like super GM here with white, so he's really like, is this really a thing? Oh, okay, he decided not to take on b3 first. He took not the pawn extra, but this is still like, he will still be a piece up. But black has a lot of pawns for it, so it's not gonna be completely easy. I mean, the other position was also not easy. This was just a one line. Yeah, I mean, he can also go for a draw, like do a perpetual here. Maybe he's also thinking about this. Okay, and meanwhile, I think Arjun played queen c7. Really nice. Really, really nice here. So he'll win this. Do we have some improvements here? Okay, after f4, the knight moved in here. This can still go on for a while. Like, but I feel like the last moves were in favor of white. Like, he really improved all of his pieces. Like, the rook is better. I don't know if you remember the position here with the queen on b3. This position. Here it seems like black is really active. But then somehow, if we look what black did and what white did, they really improved. Like, this rook was here, the queen was here, and now look at the pieces. So I feel like in the last few moves, white improved a little here. Yes, go Arjun. This is a big point for Arjun. His opponent is strong, right? So, yeah. Okay. Look quick. And I just checked the results online, so I can see all at the same place. And we have all the good winners. Expect of Werder Bremen against Werder Bremen against Deizisau, where it's actually coming down to this game here. So it's 3.5 to 3.5 in this position. And yeah, if white wins, then it's 1 for Werder Bremen. But unfortunately, this connection here disconnected. But besides that, USG Baden-Baden won 6-1 against St. Pauli. Hamburger SK won 6-4 already. Oh no, then it's not 1 yet. So there's still 2 games going. But they only need another draw. They only need another draw to win against Bayern München. Yeah, and then Solingen will win against Bad Mergentheim. Heimbach-Weißnerwied won against Kirchweihe. And Viernheim won against Mülheim Nord. So Solingen needs half a point and Hamburger SK needs half a point to win. And yeah, Werder Bremen is 3.5 to 3.5. So that's really, really decisive here. So for example, here a draw would be enough for Solingen to secure the spot. So either this or this game is enough if white plays a draw here. Both would be enough. Yeah, and where's Hamburger SK? Down here. So Hamburger SK, as I said, also just need half a point. So here either this game or Leonardo Costa is also still playing, but I think this was the this is the game of Leonardo Costa. Okay, so if this is ending in a draw, it's already 1 for Hamburg. And he's even up a pawn. Okay, this is actually an interesting rook up game. Okay, if he's not gonna give this check, I will just go here and promote one of my pawns. So it's really crucial to give this check here as black right now. For example, this, I just go here. I mean, even if you take here, my king is just too active. So he needs to give this check right now. But I mean, again, a draw would be enough to win the match today against Bayern München. Yes, it's going. Like, almost all the games are over now, so the matches are already decisive. We lost some of the connections, but we still have also some interesting games going. But I do think that he will play rook f2. This move makes a lot of sense. Because then you also disconnect the king from those pawns, so that this one also is hanging from time to time. No, this is not easy though. You can still not take because checkmate. Yeah, here you just have to give checks. Yes, I'm going to commentate tomorrow, the next round for the Bundesliga. Yes, even more commentary. I mean, there's so interesting and exciting games here happening. I'm really happy. Couldn't spend my weekend any better. Ooh, okay. He did not take on g7. He decided to play bishop d6. So I guess he wants to play for a win. He wants to get his bishop here and checkmate him. But now b2 seems like a thing to make some trouble here. But after this, I guess we just go for the perpetual. Yeah. So there is a perpetual for sure then. If he's not doing that, like, I don't know, if he's taking like here, then he does have some problems himself. Like, this king is really weak. So yeah, let's see. Let's see how this goes. Oh! He didn't find it. He didn't find it. He didn't play rook f2 here. Leonardo Costa is winning. Oh my god. He didn't find rook f2 here. He needed to play rook f2 to be able to give checks from behind. Now just losing. Now just losing. Wow. Okay, now, I mean, we thought Hamburg was winning anyway, but now they're winning even higher. But that's crazy. I mean, that's tough to win after such a long match, after almost 5 hours of playing. To just lose like that. That's tough. Yeah, beautiful blunders. I mean, it was just like the fact you had to give checks from here, so that's not completely easy to see. I also only saw it because we have our little engine here to help us. But yeah, this is crazy. So why this is winning now is, I mean, if your rook is just gonna go away, I don't know, then we can also just go here and checkmate like this. You have no checks anymore, right? You just go here and then there. So in this position, you have to take here. Rook is hanging, so I don't know where you want to go. But yeah, this... this king is just not in front of the pawn. So yeah, that's tough. That's really tough. Thanks for following. Wow. Okay, so seems like he's winning. We have a lot of blunders here, so I wonder if Arjun Erigaisi is also still doing his thing. Okay, so what happened here is that after queen c7, which we saw, he took on f6 and just walked his king all the way up here. And yeah, soon he will have no checks left. We can just go to b8 right now. and then walk our queen to queen. That's the plan here. So Arjun is also winning this position. Zindarov. I think this is gonna be a perpetual, to be honest. I think this is gonna be a perpetual. So, looking at the results, the only result that is missing is if Werder Bremen or Deitziser won, because one result there is missing where we lost the transmission. But besides that, we know Baden won against St. Pauli, Hamburg won against Bayern Munich, Düsseldorf won against Dresden, Solingen won against Bad Mergentheim, Heimbach won against Kirchweihe, and Viernheim won against Mülheim Nord. So those are the results. Yeah, but we lost the transmission from the Hamburg game. Yeah, really exciting, really exciting stuff. I mean, I guess the biggest surprise would be for today if Werder Bremen would win against Deitziser. So that would be the biggest surprise. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, should I pronounce the German names in English? Like Bayern München and Bayern Munich? Yeah, maybe that would have been more accurate. Okay, let's watch the end game of Costa. How you win a winning end game. So here we saw how this was. So here was necessary to give checks from behind so that the king is not coming here. He missed that opportunity, and now we have this position. But unfortunately, this is winning for white. And he knows it. No, black is less on time. Black has only 2 minutes, and white here is Leonardo Costa. He's up on time, 18 minutes. So, I mean, if you go away with the rook, firstly we will take there. And yeah, I mean, now we can just play rook h8 because of the rook h1. We have rook h7 and can just walk through with the pawn. Right. Our pawn is quicker than this one. Okay. What game is still going? I guess just the Zindarov game, but I really think this is ending in a draw now. Because this pawn is just strong, and we will just give a perpetual with white to prevent it from queening. Erigaisi won, which is nice. No, it's really fun to look at chess games. How can you not have fun at chess games? I mean, I have to say my mouth is a bit dry for talking so long, but no, it's not tiring. Which moves do you think are blunders here? Like, he can just play king h8. And if he plays king h8 followed by rook h7, I don't really see how he's not going to win this. Yeah, so it seems Dusseldorf really managed to still keep their same advantage because they won, Viernheim won, Baden-Baden won, so the top teams. Deitzison might not win, but we don't see this, unfortunately. So yeah. I mean, we also never saw how this game ended, but I guess he just resigned and the result is not in there yet. Hoppa. Quick draw over here. Yeah, I think the most beautiful game today was definitely this one here. I mean, maybe we can watch it one more time. Like, this is just crazy. Like, you give up this rook, like, with a check, your king on f8, and then sacrifice another piece here, and you're just better. And to understand that with your king on f8 and an exchange down that you're better is crazy. This is some hell of a game. And then here's some really nice tactic that didn't work. That was really by far my favorite game today. I don't know what your favorite game was. I mean, there were a lot of nice games, but this was really something. Okay, Dennis Wagner's still trying to win this here. I mean, he is a pawn up, but it's just, okay, the h-pawns are traded from the last time we saw this game, but it's just not enough. It's too symmetrical now. This one pawn is not enough. This game is also still going. Wow. Black is down a queen. Did he sacrifice that? Where did the queen go? Wow. No. White blundered completely. White was winning here. Oh no, I feel so sorry. So in this position, he was up queen against rook and bishop. But then so this is okay, this is really difficult also. This is really difficult. So this is now losing for some reasons. Okay, this is just threatening. And you cannot go away because this. But why would so we needed to keep being on the third rank so we can take back. So this is not. Yes, 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 Haas kann endlich wieder am Gewinnen. But you didn't play today. You didn't play today. This is really sad. He was just winning and then he ended up losing. I feel so sorry. Bishop h3 is a nice move though. You cannot take because checkmate. And this is just going to go away. Yeah, he missed that. He missed that move. That's painful. That's really, really painful. Oh, that sucks. That's tough. I'm sorry. Would have been a nice window for him against Viernheim. Wasn't supposed to be. After this one, well, I mean, if this, then there is a mate. And if you don't move it, you just take here. So I don't know if you just go here, you just lose your everything. You're just down a piece in the end. So that's a problem. Like he's just gonna take here in the next move. That's the problem here. Okay, how did Zindarov do? Still playing here? No. They agreed on a fair draw. Ooh, this is interesting. White is a piece up, but seems to be a draw. King f5, and we just pick up the pawns. Nice one. Ending in a draw here. Okay, yeah. So this is basically the last game going. So, I mean, we still don't know the Hamburg result. This is not in and we don't have an update. But, yeah, we cannot see the game. We lost transmission. So, yeah, was really exciting day today. And I'm excited to be back tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the commentary today. As I just showed, my favorite game was definitely the game of Dinara today. That was really something. So yes, I think there's gonna be a raid in any second. So yeah, keep in the stream. And yeah, see you tomorrow, I think 10 a.m. So yes. See you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.